Thank you, Waziri. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Madam Jacqueline Mugo of the Federation of Kenyan Employers, Brother Francis Atwoli, Secretary General of KOTU, and to all fellow Kenyans participating with us today, let me say what a great pleasure it is to join all workers of Kenya and indeed the rest of the world to commemorate this International Labour Day. On this day, we come together to celebrate our workers as creators and makers of things and to recognize the best efforts of their labor, from factory to factory, from field to field, from office to office. The labor of their hands has without doubt transformed our country from year to year and without doubt from generation to generation. It is a fact that without labor, there can be no prosperity. As one philosopher noted, labor is what brings the difference to everything. Evidently, and without a doubt, labor is the game changer of all progress. And that is why today we celebrate the fruits of our labor with thanksgiving in our hearts, and indeed, as instructed by our national anthem. Fellow Kenyans, when I addressed you on this occasion last year, and my friend Brother Atwoli will remember, the first wave of the COVID-19 had just hit our country. Little did we know at that time that 1 year later, we would be celebrating Labor Day under the third wave of this virus. 14 months later, after our first COVID case was reported, our economy has slowed down. Without doubt, our informal sector has shrunk. And in the hospitality sector, some enterprises have literally closed. Similarly, the cogs in the manufacturing sector have stopped turning as fast as they did. And indeed, it is not lost on me that the people most affected by these unfortunate events are the workers of our country. But in these unprecedented times, and unprecedented not only in Kenya, but globally as well, Kenyans have a way of intuitively pulling together and coming up with innovations and building resilience. Indeed, our founding fathers ingrained our national motto of Harambee, or pulling together, into our national psyche, and I am particularly grateful to the labor movement led by Brother Atwoli for keeping the spirit of Harambee alive during the COVID crisis. The labor movement in Kenya has not only pulled together the workers during the dark moments of this pandemic, it has also been a robust co-worker with government in trying to contain the crisis. And this is because it is during moments of crisis like COVID that those who suffer the most are workers, women, and children. This ability to step in and fill the gap during times of crisis is not something that is new to the labor movement here in Kenya. We have heard that when the colonizers banned all political parties in the mid-1950s, creating a crisis of political expression, the labor movement in Kenya stepped in and continued with the struggle for our independence. It became the funnel for political agitation, and when the leaders of the independence movement were detained during the emergency period, the trade unionists quickly stepped in and held fort until they were released. Undeniably, it was on the tide created by these acts of selflessness that some of our founding fathers arose. These included Tom Mboya, Clement Lubembe, Arthur Achuodo, Dennis Akumu, Martin Shikuku, Markham Singh, Fred Kubai, Bildad Kagia, and J.D. Kali, amongst many others. However, the effort by our labor movement to offer leadership and pull together the country in times of crisis did not stop in the 1950s. Many may recall that during the post-election violence of 2008, our labor movement was the first one to begin mediation efforts between warring divides. Indeed, their efforts to resolve the crisis had been recorded way before the arrival of the first international mediator. This uncelebrated role of the labor movement in Kenya must be put on record, more so their ability to act swiftly in times of crisis, and for that, as a country, we are grateful. Asante sana. Fellow Kenyans, I have submitted in the past indicating that a crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic represents also threats, but it also represents opportunity. Some get paralyzed by the hurdles, and they, unfortunately, end up doing nothing but complain. But those who see opportunity in the face of challenges also produce innovations. And because there are no workers without industry, I would like to take mention of two innovative industries during the past 14 months of COVID. The first one is Hela Clothing Limited. When the COVID pandemic hit our country, this EPZ company quickly discovered the opportunity and switched to the production of PPEs and face masks. By rejecting paralysis and embracing innovation, this company saved over 300 workers from joblessness. As Hela Clothing Limited was making this transition, the World Health Organization indicated that there was a monthly deficit of 89 million masks globally to fight COVID-19. Faced with this opportunity, Hela was swift to produce 10 million masks during the months of April and May. This meant that a single factory in Kenya manufactured 1 out of 18 masks globally to close the World Health Organization deficit. The second industry I'd like to mention is Bedi Investments, a Kenyan apparel company based in Nakuru, where the COVID pandemic hit. Bedi Investments retooled its productive capacity due to the fall in clothing demand from the West. Over 800 workers stared at unemployment due to falling demand from their partners, especially in the US and Europe. By July of 2020, however, Bedi began producing PPEs and masks. Their production capacity of PPEs shot with speed to 10,000 PPEs daily. And instead of firing its 800 workers, Bedi actually hired another 300 workers to cope with the heavy demand, not just from Kenya, but also from our neighboring countries. Today, Bedi Investments is responsible for manufacturing 80% of all PPEs available in Kenya and over 70% of the PPEs that are being supplied to our surrounding countries. The success of these two companies under mention was made possible because they were not paralyzed by the COVID crisis, but instead seized the opportunity and created innovations. But above all, their innovations preserved the much-needed jobs and even created new ones. Fellow Kenyans, I have spoken about swift action of the labor movement and the innovative ventures of the employer in industry. But now I will turn to the unbroken spirit of the worker. I have severally led our nation in celebrating our doctors, our nurses, our clinical officers, and all medical support staff who have worked without tiring for the past 14 months of this pandemic. Their current life of sacrifice and danger is without doubt a true testament that nothing is impossible, and they have taught us that if we put our hearts and minds to the service of others selflessly, we can indeed find our true happiness. To honor the sacrifice made by our health workers, therefore, I believe that we as citizens must exercise continuous civic responsibility. We must not overwhelm our health system by acting irresponsibly and raising the rate of admissions into our hospitals unnecessarily. Let us repay the sacrifice of our workers with civic responsibility. I lead the nation in celebrating our law enforcement and administration officers on this Labor Day also. These are probably the most unappreciated workers, but the most stretched by the COVID pandemic. We as a caring nation have noted their service, their dedication, their sacrifice, and we thank them for it. So indeed, I lead the nation in celebrating the invisible workers of our markets during COVID. They are the invisible suppliers who have kept our nation running in the face of difficult times. From the truck drivers who deliver our food from far, to the women in Marigiti who have distributed food continuously from 4 a.m. in the morning, to the border riders who connect the delivery dots to the digital sellers who make this possible. And I want to thank you all. And fundamentally, I wish to thank every Kenyan whose unsung efforts support our resilience against the challenges that we face today. Fellow Kenyans, let me end with some reflections on our current COVID-19 status as a nation. When I issued the Second Public Order Act of 2021 in March of this year, announcing the obtaining containment measures, our COVID caseload in Nairobi alone was 56,815. This caseload has now gone down to below 15,000 for the month of April, signifying a 74% decrease in infections in Nairobi. Data from our medical experts suggest that the same trend in the zoned areas we put on lockdown during March 26th of this year. After 1 month of lockdown, the COVID case load within the zoned areas has come down by 72%. In other areas of the Republic, the COVID caseload fell by 89% and in Mombasa and 90% in Busia between March and April of 2021. Given expert advice that we have received and on counsel of the National Security Council, as well as the National Emergency Response Committee on COVID-19, I therefore on this day issue Public Order number 3 of 2021 as follows. That one, with regard to the zoned areas comprising of the counties of Nairobi, Machakos, Kiambu, Kajiado, and Nakuru, it is directed that the cessation of movement into and out of the zoned areas be and is hereby lifted. 2, that the hours of curfew in the zoned area are revised to commence at 10 p.m. and end at 4 p.m. with effect from midnight on this day of May 2021 until otherwise directed. 3, that in-person and congregational worship shall resume in strict fidelity to the guidelines issued by the Interfaith Council and the Ministry of Health. However, the attending congregation is still capped to 1/3 of the capacity of the place of worship. And that 4, the operations of restaurants and eateries in the zoned areas shall resume in accordance with the guidelines issued jointly by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, and restaurants are indeed encouraged to utilize outdoor spaces to maximize on physical and social distancing. For the entirety of the Republic of Kenya, it is directed as follows: that 1, all our educational institutions in all levels of learning shall reopen in accordance with the calendar issued by the Ministry of Education. And 2, that the resumption of sporting activities shall be guided by the regulations to be issued by the Ministry of Health jointly with the Ministry of Sports. 3, that all bars in the territory of the Republic of Kenya are to operate until 7 p.m. And I repeat, 7 p.m. 4, all employers and enterprises are encouraged to allow their workers to work from home, with the exception being with respect to employees working in critical or essential services that cannot be delivered remotely. And 5, that all hospitals are directed to limit the number of visitors for hospitalized patients to 1 visitor per day, to 1 visitor per patient per day. And 6, that the prohibition against political gatherings is extended until otherwise directed. And 7, that all other containment measures and guidelines that are not expressly set out in this address remain in force and shall be enforced dutifully. Fellow Kenyans, these measures that we institute today and all other interventions that the government has made over the last 14 months are geared towards responding to the unprecedented health threat that has gripped the world. I want to once again reiterate that we have instituted these restrictions with no joy.
So, Reverend,
Yes, my brother.
so bro, ile kitu nataka Kenyans wa react. President Uhuru ametoa kafyu leo, amefungua Nairobi, Kajiado, Kiambu, kulikuwa Nakuru. So I want to hear the views of Kenyans. In the meantime, ningetaka uendeleze that debate. Clinton alikuja.
Sasa mimi nimeingia saa hizi hata sijachukua dakika 2.
Okay, Angel wako hapo na Nelson watakwambia. Wewe maoni yako ni yapi tu kwanza? Angel tuelezee, tupe maoni yako kwanza.
Habari ya jioni wote. Reverend Nelson.
Salama, twashukuru.
Whether ni jioni or morning, whatever time. Network yangu imeenda.
We can
Hello.
Yes.
Niaje Angela.
Niko poa.
Okay, karibu sana. Nelson. So Nelson, maybe hello, Nancy.
Hi, Clinton. How are you?
I'm there, Nancy. I'm there.
Good to see you. Hi, Angela.
I'm good, Senator.
Nelson, how are you? Nadan Rai, vipi?
Andrea amemute na anaongea.
Sorry. Nancy, how are you?
Dan Rai, niko poa.
Umepotea bwana, weka video bwana, nataka kukuona wewe namna gani bwana.
Ngoja ni park gari alafu niweke video.
Okay, sawa. Good evening everyone. For now I can see Reverend Seth. Unaweza fungua tu mic at least tusalamiane. If chair you allow us at least to interact kama before tuingie kwa debate. Hata si parliament itakuwa namna hiyo. Angel atuambia kwa vile anaendelea huko na tusikie Seth pia tuambie anaendelea aje before tuingie kwa debate jamini. Ama chair just request.
Amjambo nyinyi nyote.
Fiti sana, Reverend.
Tuko fine.
Nashukuru Mungu.
Reverend.
Mimi pia niko salama, nashukuru Mungu. Ni kufurahia mambo ya Labor Day tu hapa Brazil. Yeah.
Hi, Reverend. How are you?
Nancy, I can't see you.
Can you see me now?
Are you John Cena? I can see you now. I can see you.
I want to park my car and then I can put my video on.
Yes, please do it because
see you, Nancy.
everybody wanna see Nancy.
There's certain lady that my learned friend and Jane Clinton, Jane alienda wapi? Najua Jane tunapigana kisiasa kidogo lakini Mike mtu kuna kelele ama ni yangu?
Nelson uko na shida network yako ama mic yako iko na kelele sana, so rekebisha Nelson. Okay.
So how is everyone today?
We are good.
Yes.
Doing well. We are happy. Now lockdown and the curfew hours have been extended. I can go ushago kupalilia mahindi sasa.
Wewe unajua kulima kweli?
Hata nimeshindwa alikuwa anafunga ya nini?
Sasa wewe unaweza kulima kweli?
Reverend Seth, wacha nikwambie hiyo ndo imenilea kushika jembe, my friend. Hiyo huwezi nitoa.
But you don't look like kama mtu anaweza
unless unataka kwenda competition ya kupalilia.
Wacha hii ya kupalilia ile ya ng'ombe ile tunashikanga tukilima ile.
Exactly. Hiyo mimi nimeshika na
tumeimbia ng'ombe asubuhi, Onyango sukuma hiyo naweza hiyo saa 10 alfajiri.
Hiyo nimefanya
Unajua kitu
Reverend, by the
kinafanyika,
way. Unajua kwetu
there are certain time nikiendaga ushago, nilikuwa nasoma huko saiza Mumias. Sasa unajua watu wakifunga siwezi kuja Nairobi direct. So niende kwa shosho yangu, nikae huko niongoje mzee nitumie pesa. My friend huko shosho yangu alikuwa anabembeleza bwana. 6 unasikia kama mnaitwa na jina kila mtu. Na vile nilikuwa nalala kwa nyumba ya yangu. Nani unachukua jembe kila mtu anaenda za hizo.
Sisi bwana 6 is late. We were going there 4 ama 3 ile 3:30 ile alfajiri kabisa. You have to use spotlight. You have to use spotlight. Clinton knows that. Jacoredo knows that.
Clinton hajafanya hiyo.
Nani? Ya ile amefanya. Hiyo kisema hajafanya, hiyo nitakataa.
Angela, wewe ulisikia wapi?
Wewe umelima na ng'ombe, mimi nimelima na ng'ombe. Unajua, alafu umeamshwa, umeambiwa twende, aidha utashika jembe ama mcheledi wendo wa kucontrol ng'ombe.
Sasa wewe unaamshwa, mimi naamka peke yangu. Hiyo ni tofauti.
Wewe ndio ulikuwa unaamsha watu, Clinton. Sasa mwambie.
Lakini unajua hiyo kitu inasaidia. Hiyo kitu unajua kwa sababu inasaidia like unaona hiyo vile, although ukiana kwa familia yangu, my friend, mimi peke yangu naweza kuongea fluent Kijaluo. Na mimi niko na accent ya Kijaluo. Ukakaa huko ushago kidogo. These people hawa watu wengine tuko nao like my brothers and sisters. Hawajui hata ukiwaambia story ya jembe na ngome anashangaa. Watu wanalima namna gani? Sisi nimekwambia
mimi kulima, naenda nyumbani kulima.
Mimi naweza taka kulima, imagine sijawahi lima.
I knew it. And that's why nimesema.
Nancy, are you single? Nancy, are you single? Somebody is asking me here. Nancy, nauliza kama Nancy iko single.
Unajua Nancy ni kama haja experience, my friend. Unaona kama Jena ako na hiyo experience, akikwambia story ya Jeledi and whatever. Ni mtu ako na experience. Hii kitu my friend, unamkanga asubuhi na hiyo baridi na mnalima until I was like, hii ni mateso ama ni nini, my friend? Kumbe ilikuwa inasaidia by the way.
Ya, ile mazoezi asubuhi bwana. Mazoezi asubuhi. Sasa Clinton, tuambie mambo ya speech ya rais.
Sasa mimi ndio nimeamka kwa usingizi bana.
Angel, tuambie rais amesemaje? Nasikia tu Nairobi imefungwa tena. Mimi hata sijui.
Nao rais amefungua Nairobi, the 5 counties zenye alikuwa amefunga zimefunguliwa. Watu wa resume kazi. Amefungua churches. Curfew hours zimekuwa moved it from 10 p.m. to 4 p.m.
Mimi nimesikia tu people are supposed to work from home. Sasa sijui peke yake ndo nimesikia.
Unajua I had a speech hapa ya rais, tulikuwa tumetumiwa speech ya rais like ni tu kitu ile vitu vile tulikuwa nayo like curfew. Sisi kama watu wa Nairobi curfew tulikuwa tumewekewa saa 2. Sasa hizi imerudishwa saa 4 kama kawaida. Then ina end of 4 kawaida. Then about hiyo lockdown lift hiyo lockdown. Sasa hizi unaweza enda tu shago uende urudi na kuku upeleke watoto watembe. Then at least kitu tuna appreciate, at least rais amekuja akaelewa. My friend, this industry of hospitality ndio unajua imebeba watu wengi. Na unajua ukifungua industry ya hospitality at least tumesaidia watu wengi. There are some people wanalisha, wengine wana depends kwa watu wanafanya kwa hospitality. Like kuna utapata mtu anafanya catering and whatever. Hiyo pia amefungua. Hiyo kitu alikuwa anatuambia ita risk like ati just take away. Sasa hizi unaweza kaa chini. Although nimejua Ministry of Health watatoa some regulation or whatever. Then tena kitu ya pub. Unajua pub pia cause hii hoteli inaenda na pub. Hizi ma restaurants. Pia sasa wengine wakikuwa mchana.
Ile pub ya kunywa chang'aa ile, ni pub ya kunywa chang'aa.
Pub tu kawaida tu lakini inafungwa saa moja. Hiyo pia amefungua at least ni tu vile anajaribu kufungua like economy, and there's some discussion nilikuwa nasikia leo tukiwa job at they are trying to revive the economy. Kuna karibuni watatoa hiyo speech about this job. In fact stories are job not even hospitality peke yake, but hizi jobs zote until wanajaribu kuweka. Unajua election iko karibu, nataka kuconfirm hata history alikuwa anasema ati watalipa hii watu wa attachment, sijui ukienda internship after graduating and whatever utakuwa unalipwa. Kuna fununu, kuna rumors too, although I'm not sure, but nilikuwa nasikia boss wangu, najua pia kuna link kidogo alikuwa ananiambia like kuna vile wana discuss hiyo story au wakubwa vile wanaweza hold hiyo, au watu wote wametoka saa hizi. Unajua most people wame lose job, so kama ume lose job na umegraduate hujachukua then 2 years hadi graduate, kuna vile unaweza apply hiyo internship. So Public Service Commission kuna vile karibuni watakuwa wameadvertise job, so maybe you can just tell your family, maybe wakue tu chonja, although I don't know kama ni true because mimi pia nilikuwa naambiwa tu, but wanasema wanaenda kuoffer hizi jobs, internship and whatever kwa hizi government ministries, at least ku contain hao watu wamepoteza job and everything. Yeah.
Sasa tungoje jobs in short, huh?
I'm not sure but PSC ni kama wakaribuni watakuwa wameadvertise jobs, not jobs but internships. Si job,
but mimi nimeapply kuwa commissioner wa IBC, ni 22 pages hiyo application. Nimeapply.
Best of luck wishes
Clinton,
for you.
Are you sure? Who knows you?
They might know me for the first time.
No, the word might is not applicable there. Who knows you?
Wait until you watch me behind Chebukati in 2022, updating you on elections.
If you are there, we know that you are going to steal for William Ruto.
Okay. But nimemaliza hiyo application. Nikatuma nikaambiwa successfully.
Best of luck.
Yeah. Sasa kuna experience hapo walikuwa wanataka na sina, so hapo nitajitetea pale parliament kwa interview.
Experience ya how many years?
Sijui, lazima
I think your microphone, Jacoredo, I think has a problem.
Nelson.
Kenya afanye, I left, then I refresh.
So nini?
Itakuwa sawa.
Dandrai, nimemaliza hiyo application successfully, but kuna experience wanataka, sijui lazima kuwe na nini hapo. Hapo nitajitetea nikiitwa parliament kwa interview. Niwaambie nitapataje hii experience kama hii kazi sijaipata. Sijai ajiriwa na government, so experience nitatoa wapi?
But unajua
wanipe kazi ya kombe naweza fanya.
Tafuta kombe kusaidie.
Do you know why, Clinton, that you can get the job? Unajua most people like me, hiyo job ya IBC wameadvertise. But some people like me, I say like me, we do be discouraged like huwezi chukuliwa, wanajuana. So unaweza angukia upate mmeapply kama watu kama 10. Na nyinyi wote mwende hapo. And I will be so happy, my friend. In fact, I will just tell my friend, nikienda hata bunge niwaambia, huyu jamaa tunajuana mkiae. Na huyu jamaa ndio anafaa kukua. Vile tulikuwa tunajaribu kupigia William huko, lakini ikaenda
we sikia tu. Kuna siku Uhuru atamka amepewa majina ya wale walio apply. Aseme kwamba huyu kijana wa 20 something anataka nini hapa? Alafu akuwe briefed kidogo tu kwa hiyo CV yangu, aseme guy, Chukweni huyu kijana aende afeli huko kwa interview.
Jacoredo.
My friend, interview unapita.
You know, Jacoredo, now our brother and our VP knows you very well. Najua atakusukuma hiyo application yako. Ndio maana nilikwambia nani anakujua. Lakini vile unamtetea brother Ruto, kuna possibility wewe upate hiyo kazi.
Hiyo kazi bana, nililala nikaota niko nyuma ya Chebukati na nitakuwa nyuma yake. Ngoja tu.
Uli submit application?
26 pages nimeambiwa successfully submitted.
What dreams?
Sasa hizo 26 pages ni CV ama ni work experience?
Ni maswali tu unaulizwa.
Oh. Wow, best of luck.
26 pages.
Umeanza kuapply?
Nimemaliza.
Amemaliza.
Na si umesema ulikuwa umelala, umeamka saa hii?
Sasa ndio kitu niliamka asubuhi kufanya nikarudi kulala.
Na mimi na wewe tuliachana saa 9. Sasa hauna.
Nancy, can you talk in English?
Smoke him out. Muliachana alfajiri saa 9. Alfajiri saa 9.
Tuliachana watu wa saa 9 mimi na Clinton.
Muliwachana. Ai.
As in we finished being together at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's what I mean.
Wow.
Your English very late. We finished being together.
Mlikuwa mko kwa night duty
Niliwaambia huyu bwana akinikataa leo naenda kwa ule mwingine. Kwa hivyo sasa jana ilikuwa Clinton.
Sasa mmesikia wote.
So
hapo unanipiga
Clinton, you need a plan.
Rudi nyuma ya kata niongee na Nancy. Nancy atamwaga unga hapa.
Hiyo kitu amesema wazi. Sasa nikipata unanipiga kompe. Kuna uwezekano upotee kama wale wengine. Utangazwe tu kwa gazeti.
Hii yenu ni kali kama ile music ya Mbarambamba behind the blanket, the new release.
Kwani Reverend pia unajua Mbarambamba?
Kwani ile music yake ya mwisho ndani ya blanket. Nani kwa nini nikose kujua?
But don't you think that guy has serious mental health problem and people think that is art? It's not art.
Jacoredo will fight you there too, because the last time I talked about it here, and he got a lot of fun. Mbarambamba got a lot of supporters. Last time we were talking about it, I said that guy is sick.
He's very sick. It's not normal.
It was under the blanket. What do people doing under the blanket? Anyway. And how is that connected to the gospel?
Excuse me guys. Kuna wale wanaulizia jinsi ambavyo wanaweza ingia kwa show. Hapo kwa comment section nimeweka link. Kama uko YouTube kuna link. Kama uko Facebook kuna link. YouTube ni 2 accounts 2. So kuna link hapo unaweza uka join. So kuna huyu mtu anasema watu okay. Thank you Bakari Alice. So thank you guys. Maybe we can continue. So Nancy, I applied, ikakuwa successful. Na wakinita interview next week, koti nitanunua tu pale Nairobi.
Kwa hivyo tusubiri jina ikuwe gazetted.
Bana nikiona tu hiyo jina, from tomorrow nitaanza kudownload gazeti.
Unajua get ready, your debate here inakuwa edited. So ukenda huko utakuwa na problem kubwa sana.
Yeah, where is it?
Bana. Naona Mungu akinimulika na tochi ya tinga this month. So any other business kabla tuanze debate? Any other thing that you'd like to say? Okay, there Angela, uko na issue ama unajikuna? Okay, Natasha, tuanze debate officially. Natasha, Mheshimiwa Rais amefungua nchi, wewe kama Mkenya una maoni yapi? Thank you Natasha for disappearing. Korir.
Hi guys, napenda niwasalimia na nimefurahi rais wa Jamhuri wa Kenya amefungua nchi. Nafikiria tena curfew imesongezwa kidogo, saa 4 mama mboga atapata kitu kidogo, atauza mboga yake kidogo, atapata kitu ya kuweka kwa meza. Hiyo ndio furaha yangu, lakini shida moja, ingebaniwa kidogo watu wa kutoka outside kidogo na watu wa kuingia, azuia kama borders. At least sisi wa Kenya hata kufungua hii nchi isiwe tu imesababishwa mambo ya shule. Imekuwa hiyo kalenda ya shule ndio aliona ni kama inaweza athirika kidogo, ndio akafungua, lakini angeangalia zaidi kujali maslahi ya Wakenya, sababu kuna mtu hata kupata shilingi 500 kwa siku 200 ni shida, na 200 zaidi kwa Kenya ni shida zaidi. Haiwezi nunua kitu, haiwezi nunua mkate, haiwezi nunua sukari, yani ni kitu kidogo, lakini unapata kama mahasla wala anaamka asubuhi kwenda kutafuta, ndio ngumu kupata saa nyingine kwa kazi ya mjengo hakuna saa hii. So angeangalia zaidi mambo ya hiyo, at least kuangalia mwananchi wa chini kidogo. Na tumefurahi, kama mimi nimefurahi zaidi sababu nilikuwa nimeathirika zaidi. Kazi yangu unaenda unatafuta overtime maybe mpaka saa 1, ku travel mpaka mahali unaishi ni maybe unaweza tumia kama 3 hours, unapata tena curfew imekupata njiani. So utakula rungu, utakula pipe ya maji. So at least tumefurahia na hiyo. Na kitu ya nikuse mambo ya group yetu ile ya WhatsApp, maybe watu wanaona ni kama tumeanza kuingilia na ukabila, lakini sio mbaya, sababu saa nyingine mimi ni Mkale na najivunia mtu akiniita Mkale. Kuna mwingine ni Mjaluo, kuna mwingine Mkikuyu, lakini obvious tukiona hii China kama gori tunajua ni Mkale. So tusiweke tena zaidi iwe ni chuki.
Wewe wacha kunipiga nini? Mnanipiga kwa nini? Mbona unanipiga saa hizi? Sasa nikikuja saa hizi lazima unipiga saa hizi. Wewe unaongea hapa watu wananipiga. Unaniumiza wewe, wacha kunipiga wewe. Unaniumiza.
Kuna mtu wanapigwa kwa hii group. Nimesikia kuna mtu anapigwa.
Korir.
Tuangalie labda kuna mtu anaumia. Yeah.
Korir, tuko live. Na kama wewe pia unapigwa hapo.
Nimesikia. Nafikiria ni hapo kwa group.
Sasa yule jamaa ametufukuzia customer. Kama ni bibi anampiga, samahani bibi, tuheshimiane. Kama ni mwanaume mwenzake wapambane kidogo tu, alafu atuletee matokeo. So watu waheshimiane tafadhali.
Ni kama
Pole jamaa popote ulipo.
Haya sawa guys.
Pole.
Nimesikia hiyo sauti ni kama ya Tandrai. So ilikuwa ni hiyo mambo ya hiyo.
Okay, thank you Bwana Korir.
So hiyo nimebariki.
Thank you Korir, thank you. So Essie.
Tuingie kazi.
Essie, proceed. Say something, Essie. Okay, S is not with us. Awiko Javihiga. Unmute Awiko Javihiga.
Yes.
Okay, let me remove these people who are not here.
I hope you are getting me.
Okay, proceed, S.
There's an error on my side. Are you getting me?
Yes, but uko nyuma yetu na sekunde kama 37. So rekebisha na uje tena. Kuna mtu amemtaja Dandrai na sita kuprotect.
Unadhani inafanya sisi niko naongea kwa a very important discussion and then you're beating me. Mbona nisikie simu mwanamke anaongea na yeye wewe?
Guys, sielewi hii discussion. Nani anapigwa hapa? Bado wako ndani. Is it Awiko? Awiko.
Ni kama Dandrai anapigwa bwana.
Ni kama Dandrai. Kuna mtu ameweka muziki nyuma yake. Anaweza kuwa wewe Esi.
Hebu angalieni Dandrai bwana.
Mimi sina muziki na sipigwi.
Okay, Esi.
Mimi ndo napiganga.
Esi. Hapana. Kuna muziki. Mutembei. Oh, alikuwa ni Mutembei. So, Esi, unatusikiza? Okay. Tosh Nduguke.
Clinton,
Yes.
ukiwa na watu wanataka kuingia kwa debate unaweza nitoa au listen if there is people who are waiting and then gedhaa yetu sintajoin.
Ile gidhaa ni sawa Nancy.
Haya.
Yeah. Awiko? Tosh. Oh. Alikuwa ni Mtembei. Okay. Wale ambao nimewaita mkiniangalia tu, situonane baadaye. Mwingine ni Tosh. So, Wida.
Yes.
Wida sema.
Fiti manzi, nafurahia. I'm happy to be here. Nafurahia kuwa hapa.
Kabisa.
Nimejoin tu sahii, nataka kusikiza nini talk sahii na nini tunachangia.
Okay, Mheshimiwa Rais amefungua nchi. Wewe kama Mkenya unaonaje? Amekupendeza ama unaona aendelee kufunga nchi mpaka Kisumu, Kakamega, Nairobi na kadhalika? Unaonaje? Una maoni yapi?
Yes, kitu moja ni hii kufunga economy ilikuwa na effect kubwa sana, especially kwa employment. Unaangalia watu wengi wale walikuwa kwa hotel industry, hotel na tourism, most of them walikuwa wamelost jobs zao. So like mimi naona ni kitu poa kufungua, at least watu watarudi makazi. Ukiangalia hizo sector bili nimetaja vile zina employ big chunk of citizens. So it's a good idea. Me, I was actually advocate kufungua economy, hata ikiwezekana kabisa kuondoa hiyo curfew from 10 to 4 am kabisa, so that resume normal.
Okay, asante Wida.
Another thing nazoongeza ni ukiangalia many countries, especially our peers hapa East Africa, si nyingi zimefunga economy zao, so like na bado life tu iko normal. Ukiangalia hata in terms of vile health yao iko si iko worse. So mi naonelea bado tunaweza fungua economy kabisa na kila kitu endelee poa, at least watu wakiwa wako jobless.
Exactly. So thank you Weida. Angela, we unaonaje?
Pia mi naona ya kwamba rais kufungua nchi amesaidia. Kuna watu walikuwa wanateseka. Mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia Angela.
So kuna watu walikuwa wanateseka, our boys and girls wenye wanafanya na hospitality industry, at least they can get something. Hata kama hautafanya hiyo kazi kila siku, but you have something small, at the end of the day unaenda nayo kwa nyumba. Amefungua pia most of our drivers long distance walikuwa wamekaa kwa nyumba idle. And now that kila kitu kilikuwa kimesimama, so juu amefungua, at least pia nao wanaweza kuwa wanapata kitu. But I still have one question in myself. Na mbona sikuisikia rais akiguza kwa speech yake? These are truck drivers in our borders. Wamekuwa wanalia sana ya kwamba kila siku wanapimwa COVID, wako na barua na bado wanakuliwa pesa pale na wanawekwa pale. It's like kama kuna mwenye alikuwa anasema amekaa kwa laini nao for 2 weeks, hana pa kulala, hana cha kukula. So licha amefungua, but anafaa afungue and then afafanue na pia nao awaachilie. Like uko kwa laini for 2 weeks, you have nothing to eat, kazi yenye unafaa kufanya imesimama pale. So bado nilirudi kujiuliza mbona hakuongelea hizo mipaka pia nao, at least wakuwe relieved kwa akili, ni nini kinafaa kuendelea, nini wanafaa kufanya. Thinking.
Okay, thank you. Dan. Dan Rai, si wewe. Tankoi.
Okay, asante pia kwa kunikaribisha, kuniallow kuja kwa show. Kwa issue ya kufunguliwa nchi leo, nataka kumshukuru rais kwa kufungua nchi. Watu walikuwa wameumia kweli. Ukiona watu kama vile mwenzetu mwingine hapa amesema, hotel industry watu wameumia in general. Tutashukuru rais kwa kufungua nchi. Alafu pia sisi pia sasa, it is our challenge to us to take your MOU protocols, tusifuatilie kwa makini, ndio hii ugonjwa pia ni real. Hata tukilalamika sana juu ya uchumi, pia ugonjwa pia ni real. So tunafaa pia ku take into consideration hiyo issue ya protocols, kama ni mahoteli yenye imefunguliwa ama other businesses, pia tufuate yale sheria ambayo MOH ilitupa. Alafu pia kwa maneno ya uchumi, mimi nilikuwa na expect pia president na come up na jinsi pia kusaidia watu wenye walikuwa wameumia. Unajua, unapata mtu labda alikuwa na kakibanda ama kioski fulani ya hoteli, alafu sasa pesa zote amezitumia sana, ana source nyingine ya kuanzisha capital pia. So hiyo ndio mimi nilikuwa naona pia kama kulikuwa na jinsi ya kusaidia watu kama hawa, ingekuwa vizuri. Alafu maneno ya shule, hata kama imefunguliwa juu ya shule, naona pia nilikuwa naona hata shule ikifunguliwa, ministry ya health ikuwe tu strict kwa maneno ya shule, ndio hiyo ugonjwa isiende upande wa shule iumize watoto. Ni kwa hiyo tu ndio niko nayo.
Okay. Asante Tankoi. George.
Habari ya jioni.
Fiti.
Okay, mimi kwanza nikushukuru kwa kuniruhusu kuingia studio. I really appreciate. I don't take this as something easy. Kuna watu wengi wanaitaka kuingia na wapatana na watu. So, to my own point of view, Raisi amepiga one step ahead. Kufunga nchi vile ilikuwa imefungwa, it was a big headache. Mostly vile wengine wetu wamesema, and I don't want to repeat myself, the industry mingi kama tourism and transport zimeenda chini sana. Tumeruhusu pesa mingi kwa hizo industry mbili. Tumeruhusu pesa mingi. So vile amefungua is just a step. Also ikuwe challenge sasa kwetu wananchi tufuate zile sheria na kanuni zenye zimewekwa. Na at least now we have come to realize sio vile corona ilikuwa imeingia at the first time. At the first time corona tulikuwa tumeogopa ni kama it's a killer disease. But now we have seen at least if you take the precautions na uchukue hizo 1 to 3, at least you can survive even if kama utaipata. So it's just a step yenye amemake. But kuna watu ndugu yangu na madada zangu, kuna watu wameumia nyumbani. In the real sense kuna watu wameumia. Na hii kufungwa kwa nini kwa country. So president at least, I don't know. Sometimes mi hukaa chini na ninajiuliza ni wapi. Yaani kwa nini watu wengine wale wenye wako na sauti at least mtu kama president. Watu wote vile wanaumia hivi hawaoni. Anawaona na ako na nguvu zile zenye anaweza fanya jambo at least. Watu wenye wanakaa Nairobi, most of the people wanalipa marents. Watu wanakaa na mafamilia zao. Kuweka mili hata kama ni moja, ile yenye unaita meal. Achana na hii ya kupitisha ate juu unapitisha. Ile yenye unaita meal. Kuweka mili moja kwa meza watu ni ngumu. So now mimi ushindwa watu hawaoni vile watu wanasafa. At least kuna hizi vitu zenye pesa zenye zinapotelea msituni. Pesa kama hizo haziwekwa, at least stengwe pesa fulani. Isemekane okay, wale watu wenye walikuwa kwa industry fulani zenye zilifungwa at this time, at least take 10,000 ujianzishe at least murikave. So now hiyo ni challenge kwa president na wale wahusika. At least uangalie tena wachukue step nyingine. Watu ukuja kurecover, it will take time. At least uangalie vile watu watasaidiwa. There are people really suffering. Kuna watu wanasuffer vibaya sana. Kuna watu sahi, kuna mtu mahali vile tunaongea anaweza kuwa amekufa na njaa. Njaa ya chakula. Sio ugonjwa, njaa ya chakula. Sasa unashindwa, imagine hizi vitu zenye unaona zinapotelea msituni every day, sijui ngapi. Asiwezi kwa mahali pamoja.
Okay, thank you. Ishmael. Danrai. Okay, Ayaga.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Ayaga.
How are you, Nancy?
How are you? You okay?
I'm much okay. I'm good.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much. I too. So Leo, let me say, President ametutoa kwa moto, ametutoa kwa pan, akatuweka kwa moto sasa kwenyewe kabisa, sababu wengi wetu wale ambao wako na watoto wanaenda shule sahii hawana rent, hawana pesa za shule, school fee, vitu mingi. Sasa dabra kadabra, schools will be reopened on date 10. Sahii people don't have money. Yes, the business wamefungua, kazi zingine ziko sawa, lakini hiyo catch up ita take time na watu walikuwa wametumia. So leo tumetolewa tu kwa pan, tumewekwa kwa moto na itabidi tuzoee. Hiyo speech ya president mi hata sikusikia, mimi nilisikia tu breaking news, hiyo movement of secession. In fact, I don't. Why was the secession in the first place? There is no change. There is no change. If kama ilikuwa ya Easter, I think hapo they failed. Haika kitu ya something but they still fail. Nothing has changed. Everything's iko tu venye zilikuwa. But for Corona, people should take control. So I think it is now a personal responsibility, not even a government. Government should free us, put only some strict measures, but we should do our businesses. Thank you very much. Leo hata sina mengi ya kusema.
So unajaribu kusema kwamba responsibility sasa iwe ya Wakenya, hata vaccination ni responsibility, tujivaccinate sisi wenyewe, ama unamaanisha nini ukisema responsibility iwe ni ya Wakenya?
Kitu nimemaanisha ni kwamba personal responsibility ya kuvaa mask, social distance, always kuosha mkono, those things government cannot do. Even police are tired. Even police are tired following you because you don't put your mask on. In fact, even the few who are still doing that, they are doing that to make money. They arrest you, they ask you for 500 ama kitu kidogo, unaachwa. Kama umepata ugonjwa hautalipa 300. So it is personal responsibility. Issues of vaccination, whatever, that belongs to the government. But Johnson and Johnson vaccine, although mi nimechukua ile ingine, so sahii ni mazoezi tu na gym kidogo.
Hata mimi next week lazima nitafute watu wani vaccinate. Naona ni kubaya.
Chukua Sputnik. Ama na Johnson.
Hapana, nataka ile yenye Wakenya wanatumia ba.
AstraZeneca.
Yes.
Unaona AstraZeneca India waliandika barua. They are not releasing that medicine for now. So itangoja for sometimes ndio maybe itakuja. They are still controlling back at home. The situation back at home. So sidhani kama itakuja hivi majuzi.
Dan, what's your opinion?
My opinion about me, I just want to talk about the topic that we have today. But first, before I say that, chair, allow to say, kuna jamaa, I don't know, Korira ametoka. Kuna kitu kwa nataka kusema about the group. And allow me, because hapa ndio tulianza na ile idea ya group. Before you contribute, if you allow me. My friend, sometimes even being in this platform, chair, it's not a must for me to be here. And you have to know that. Or it's not a must for anyone to be here. It's that privileges that we have at least we share our idea. Ayaga seme ingine, Tankoi aseme ingine, Clinton useme ingine, mi pia niseme ingine, then to resemble kwa kitu moja to move together. Sasa unajua kufika time ile ya sasa tunarushiana maneno si kitu mzuri by the way. Second, tutasema kuita ati Jaluo mbaya manini, but just have science sometimes to make something. Because me if I want to address like people of Central, si lazima I point directly niseme ama nianze kusema Clinton wewe ni Wajaluo ni mjinga manini. It doesn't make sense. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema. And I have to want to say open. It's either you be with us in a respective manner, because tumekuwa hapo kama example, mimi si ni Mjaluo na mwingine ni Mkikuyu na mwingine ni Mkale na mwingine ni Mluya. What the difference? Ama hapa kitu imeandikwa hivyo, sisi wote ni Wakenya, sisi wote tunatumia damu za kuletanga mara nini isiku. So if you want to control this today about this topic that we have today, let me appreciate President. I don't know if you're me. You can see. Yeah, are you getting me?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm getting you, Danrai.
Tumekuwa na problem ya internet from kitu saa 8 hata sijafanya job. Hii kitu rais amefanya kitu mzuri, na vile nilikuwa nimetangulia kusema, my friend, kuna watu wengine wana hizo mahoteli kwenda kulisha someone, analisha familia, si hata yake peke yake. Familia si yako ile unaishi nayo kwa nyumba. Familia ni wale wana depend on you, whether jirani ama kazini wako ama nini. Na unajua wengine walisimamishwa kazi, na wengine wanalipwa kushika hiyo spoon, kisu, kuserve mtu, kufanya nini, kukuwa manager somewhere kwa hiyo industry. Sasa rais amefanya kitu kingine mzuri sana. Second is about this lockdown. Wakenya walikuwa wameanza kuadapt by the way. Before hii lockdown kuwekwa saa 2, my friend, watu walikuwa wamesha adapt. Watu biashara zilikuwa zimeanza kurudi kidogo kidogo. Hii sasa ya saa 2 ilikuja ikapiga watu na kufunga, uwezi enda ushago. Because kuna mtu mwingine ana njia nyingine barabara ama anyway, I want to say this. Mimi nilikuwa naendaga hata juzi, nimekuwa out of this counties. Na nimekuwa Kisumu, nimekuwa hapa Baringo na whatever. Sasa ina depends, na kuna mwingine anataka kutoa bwana nyanya huko Kirinyaga, ama anataka kutoa cabbage huko Murang'a, ama anataka kutoa mananasi huko Kiambu, apeleke hadi Kisumu. My friend, kuna jamaa alisumbuliwa hadi almost kila kitu ilikuwa inaribika kwa sababu polisi si mtu wa kuelewa. Na unaona hiyo at least ilikuwa imeaffect biashara. Because kama hujapeleka huko, wale wanauzana hizo vitu unajua wamekosa kazi. Na wakikosa kazi hawana pesa. So hii kitu rais amefanya kutoa hilo, si hata hilo, atoe tu hadi curfew. Tukue tu vile tulikuwa, watu wajue wamevaa mask na ujue una sanitize, kwa sababu I don't understand. I fail to understand kama hii corona ina spread usiku sana kushinda mchana. Kwa mchana tuko pamoja. Mimi nikienda town
Lakini
unapotana na yes.
I hear what you're saying, but what I would say is, unaona,
yes,
the second variant ile ilikuja ikafanya hata UK sisi tumekuwa lockdown for a good almost 18 months, total lockdown, hauwezi hata enda mahali. Lakini sasa hii variant imemutate ikakuja, it is lethal, na hata watoto mpaka watu wadogo walianza kukufa. Well, before huku watu walikuwa nakufa wale wa over 80s, over 70. Vile mimi naweza waambia ni kwa sababu hii ya India inakaa kama iko more lethal, na juu mumefunga nchi leo, ndege za India hazikuji. I hope hii kitu ya India haijaingia Kenya. So when you're going your way and making your money and doing your business, just know that corona, the mutated variant is kind of lethal than the first wave. And this is why you saw Uhuru closing the country, because aliona vile hata watu UK walikufa. Nakwambia second infection watu walikufa mpaka prime minister hapa akashangaa. So it was the right thing to do, although they did it the wrong way. But my prayer is that all of you will wear your mask, you'll wash your hands, you social distance, go about your business, but ujue corona ikikushika na hakuna oxygen nyumbani, and especially here India, you guys need to be very careful. We don't want to see what is happening in India. So you guys be careful.
Nancy,
And msiseme eti corona
hapo ndio nilikuwa
inakuwa
nataka
watu mchana au usiku.
hapo ndio nilikuwa nataka kuleta because let me just because nilikuwa nataka kuleta according to hiyo ya India. Sasa nilikuwa nasema hivi ni tu ile unajua this thing lazima hii kitu si kitu ya kuisha leo ama kesho. We have ni tu wa Kenya, at least if you put these people and teach them, because hata unaweza kumbuka malaria ikikuja ama Ebola kidogo ilikujanga, people wali adapt. Hata malaria saizi zinaonanga nana naambiwanga ataenda funga neti ndio ulale kwa kitanda. Kwa kitanda yako una feel tu acha funge. Mimi nikitoka hapa I go with these people of mine, this is my familia kidogo, lazima nitamineti kwa sababu amechoma na sijui nataka na nini ku adapt. Then about what Nancy is saying is very important. Kuna hizi varieties za corona my friend, na kuna tu mtu mmoja amekaa somewhere that I hope anakuwa anatengeneza hii kitu, na siku unaweza kumbuka the same time Bill Gates alisema hii corona ikiingia Afrika watakuwa narokotwa kwa nini kwa streets. These people are white people my friend, wanataka prove to us like black people that they are so superior than us. Sasa wawezi kubali hii kitu wauwe tu peke yao na sisi situwe, na nimejua vizuri ikiingia hapa Afrika my friend, I don't know kitu itafanyika, and I can advise the government at least if they can take steps at least. Yes.
And right. Unajua nini imesaidia watu wa Afrika?
Yes.
Hamko too much overweight. Kwa hivyo hata labda watu wengi washakuwa wagonjwa, but because many people are healthy, because you guys walk everywhere. Unaona sisi huku tumenona, tumejaza mafuta, zimejaa kwa roho, ndio maana hapa watu wanakufa because of their unhealthy lifestyles.
Okay. Andoza nilikuwa nakwambia hii kitu hii corona lazima ishi na sisi. Me in every forum naendanga, by the way, in every forum. Hata nikienda matanga ushago, I do those people. Hata ushago sometimes my friend unafikanga huko unavaa mask and everybody was like kwani wewe umetoka dunia gani? The certain time nilikuwa Kisumu and you call someone, oh niuzie, mtu anakuzia bila mask and everything, and I do tell everyone my friend, corona is real, by the way, corona is real. Kama ija kushika ama ijashika your relative or your friends, ndio unaweza ona corona iko, but what I know corona iko, unaona. Sasa ni tu ile tuchukue jukumu, if government can come with a certain technique to ensure that people are there to this thing called easy rules guidelines za COVID-19, then we are good to go my friend, because sisi wa Kenya, hata president amesema leo yeye enyewe aliapa kulinda maslahi ama maisha ya mwananchi wa Kenya. But nilikuwa nimeona watu wamecelebrate hata saa hizi hapa nje nikirudi, everybody alikuwa biashara zinaenda tu normal, wao wanachukua hata hiyo saa 8 ya saa 6 wajali, wao wanachukulia like everything is normal. Hiyo ndio tunakosea, but what the president have done today I appreciate it. Na kama ni akuje tu na the way that kila mtu anaweza kuwa kufundishwa na kufanya everything apate like anafuata COVID-19 rules, na fungue tu curfew, biashara tufanye usiku, magari zikimbie usiku, zingine zikimbie mchana, because there are some people they feed their family wakifanya usiku. Mimi niwapatie example hapa, mimi huko kwa pali nafanya kazi, kuna kazi zingine inafanyanga usiku, saa hizi huwezi wacha usiku. Sasa mimi wale tulikuwa naitanga usiku ama wale wanataka kuinstall vitu and whatever, hawezi, kwa sababu tunajua tu usiku hakuna kazi. Mimi wao pia hawana job, na kama kazi inaendelea inaweza endelea usiku, mchana and whatever, then I just see that things will be good na economy recover. That's what I can say, yeah.
Nimesikia ukisema kuna magari ambayo yanaenda usiku, buses. Ni ukweli?
Kwa sahi ama?
Kwa sahi.
For now, what they do, let me tell you. Unaona gari kitoka Ushago inajaribu ifiki hapa before saa 8 ama saa 9. Let me just use the route ya Busia because hiyo ndio mbali. By saa 9 inajaribu ifiki hapa. Hizo ni za country bus, kama unajua country bus. Si hizi zingine kama Guardian whatever. Inabeba watu by 5 ama 4, niseme 5. Inataka kukimbia kwa sababu inajua tu ikifika kwa hizo msituni hizo za Kericho, hakuna mtu anasimamishanga hizo gari. Na unajua hizi kampuni pia kama Climax wanajuana na polisi. Hii gari itaenda ifika Kisumu kwa sababu hiyo roadblock ya hiyo maybe ya Wasi na zinasimama hapo zikiongoja hiyo time ya saa 10 ifike. Ikifika zinaendelea. Zikishafika pale zitasimamishwa, zitalala ziendelee. Tena ikifika inamwaga inarudi. Hivyo ndio nakonga wanafanya. Kama watafika kwa roadblock, niseme kama ile Londiani wasimamishwe, watakaa hapa endelea kusha kitu saa 3 ama saa 2. Unaona? Tena hiyo ndio wanafanyanga. For now.
Na bei ni ×2, si ndio bei?
Ja, bei ni kawaida. Bei wanabeba tu but kuna time walipunguza, walikuwa wanabeba 15 but mostly ilikuwa 25 3000 ikiendelea. Because wanabeba mtu moja kwa kitu.
So kutoka Nairobi mpaka Kisumu ni 2000 ama 25.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe next week nikikuja hiyo interview yangu, I will have to travel by bus, you see? Yeah.
Kuja bwana, uhaya gari bwana. Utupatie pesa.
Mimi ni raia bado. Nikishakuwa sworn in, ndio sasa naweza angalia gari ya black. Na hapo sidhani kama nitakuwa nakujua, by the way. Tujuane tu saa hii.
Usifanye tukuombe mabaya my friend. Kwa sababu wewe ndio tunakuona like utatubeba. Na kama umesema hutakujua,
we Chebukati kasha nipa gari ya black. Unaona tu kio ni black, unioni. Mimi naweza nikakuona na niko ndani. Inabidi tunaheshimiana sasa bana.
I hope ukikuwa hapo kuna vile unaweza nichezea, this is struggle sana kuspend. Sasa nitaacha hii ya MCA niende ya mbunge na uone vile unanifanya jamani. Yeye nakuombea.
Bana. I feel very comfortable. Nimejibu kila kitu. Next week niko Nairobi. Tankoi. No. Sage. Okay, Tankoi. Proceed.
Okay. Sasa tunakuishi poa. Ukienda hiyo interview tunakuombea upate kubahatika pia. Unajua tukipata mtu mmoja kama wewe mwenye uko chini yani normal mwananchi kupata nafasi katika huo uongozi itakuwa vizuri sana. Alafu kwa issue ya leo nilikuwa naona government fast track hii vaccination, though they say ati huko India imesimamisha ku export their vaccine, but wa come up with wajaribu tena wafuate zile kampuni zingine zilikuwa zinapeana vaccine. Hata ile Sputnik yenye walikataa nilikuwa naona tukirudi tena huko. Alafu those private entities that offers the vaccine kama hiyo Sputnik, they should I think the government should come up with a structured way to allow those people who are able to buy, they should buy the vaccine so long as it is structured so that wakora wasiingilia waanze kudungia watu maji. So mimi ningeona hapo. Alafu issue ya kuna Dandrai alisema, sijui kama ni Dandrai ama ni alisema maneno ya usiku. I think hiyo curfew pia imesaidia to some extent. Mostly people tend to socialize mostly at night, evening and towards the night, and it wasn't by easy clubbings and drinkings. People lose their judgment. Judgments are compromised. Then hapo watu unapata watu wana socialized sana mpaka hiyo ma social distancing, hata kutumia mask zinaisha. Hiyo ndio maana hii ugonjwa pia ilienda juu. Alafu story ya economy, sijui rais angeangalia pia economy iko mbaya. Ukiona fuel ina keep on rising, the price of the fuel ina keep on rising. In my place, yani a distance that we used to use 50 bob, we are now using 150 shillings to travel. You see, it is really hurting. The economy is really hurting, and people don't have money. I think government inge assist, hata kama ni tax ingepunguza kidogo hiyo tax ya fuel, alafu the other commodities itashuka chini. Kwa ukienda hata siku hizi supermarket unapata kila kitu imepanda juu. Sasa kwa normal mwananchi yenye kazi hakuna, story ya hizo business zilifungwa na hii mafuta pia imepanda juu, bei imepanda juu, unaona maisha inakuwa ngumu sana. So hiyo kama ingewezekana kwa rais angepunguza hiyo cost of living. Alafu hata kama ni kufungua nchi, anaweza kufungua nchi, lakini pia apunguze cost of living, ndio watu waweze kuanza ku recover economically. Kitu kingine ni gani tena? Nadhani wacha nimalizie hapa, alafu tutasidi kuongea.
Okay, thank you Tankoi. Sage. Hello. Hello. Okay, kama Sage bado ana load. So Dandrai, nimesikia ukizungumzia mambo ya group, lakini hata mimi kwa wiki moja iliyopita nimekuwa nikichungulia na nimeona mambo pale ndani ambayo kusema kweli mambo mengine pale hayapendezi, lakini si lazima tuwe watu 254 kwa group. So si lazima ikuwe full. Inaweza kuwa na watu wachache, lakini wale ambao wana reason kama wale walioko pale ndani. So hiyo Otieno Kajwang senator alikuwa anasema tutaangalia hiyo mambo before midnight.
Na hiyo kitu nasema, unaona hiyo kitu nasema chair. By the way, it's very important, and I was telling the other guy that nini. Unajua watu pale si ati maybe my age is different with your age. Someone's Clinton's age is totally different with Ayaga's age. Na unajua saa zile tumekaa pamoja tuna reason like mature people, my friend. Hii kitu like tuanze kuvutana, na mimi bado nasema if you feel that uwezi kwa group udiscuss tu, wachana nayo. And by the way, sometimes I do like Abdul. Hautasikia siku moja Abdul akiita Wajaluo Waluya. Yeye unasikianga tu story akieleweke na jina ya Ruto peke yake, na naiba Ruto, Raila, system and whatever. Na hiyo ni sawa, but kukua personal until like unajibu mtembei, like mtu amecreate platform unaongelea, I don't know, wewe wacha. I don't think it's something that ni kitu mzuri, my friend. So I mean, by the way, I was just begging, let us just have respect, please. Will be better than tuanze kuvutana, mtu akuchukie ama whatever. Na wakitolewa ama left anakuja kwa inbox yangu, kwa sababu mimi ndo nisema security. Mtu anakuja anarushia matusi kama jana. Najua huyu jamaa ametusiwa na watu wangapi dunia na hajawahi kasirika. Sasa I just love, I block you. Simple.
Thank you, Dan. Sage.
How are you?
We are doing fine.
Hiyo mambo na group, I think we have group admins, so that one can be well handled there. You don't need to engage someone. Today I don't have much. I will just listen to the show. Yes, but on the group issue, let the admin do their roles. Thank you.
Asante sana Sage. Senator.
Hello.
Senator, mimi mimi nasikia nimelemewa na sijui ile time yetu itakuwa saa ngapi. Ndio nilikuwa nataka ni enjoy kabla sijalala. So kina Jane hawapo. So hatujui tutakuaje. Mimi naye nasikia ni kama
You want to end the show?
I just want to take a rest. Yani nimelemewa in short. Najifanya tu. So ile time yetu ya kudiscuss watu hawajakuja. Maybe tutaipostpone mpaka kesho.
Right.
Yeah, ama watu wakikuja nitajoin baadaye. So any other person ambaye ako na maoni? Hayaga, wewe ndio ulikuwa mtu next.
No, I just want to understand. So you're not ending the show now. What you're saying is
I'm not ending the show, but natafuta Mutembei. At least nimwambie what is going on. Alafu nitoke hapa niende kwa msee mwingine. At least nilale huko. Yes.
Okay, let me know. Because the problem is if the show goes on and people want to join, hawawezi join, si ndio?
Yeah, lazima waletwe ndani kutoka hapa chini.
Yeah.
But hiyo naweza fanya popote nilipo, so long as inawezekana. Jane Mevo.
So give me like 15 minutes.
Yeah, ukishakuwa tayari utaniambia.
Yeah, and then we can sort it out. Yeah.
Umefungiwa nyumba.
Okay, thank you. Sage nini?
Let me welcome Jane.
Nani amesema nimefungiwa nyumba bwana? Hapa sibembelezi juu ya rent. Rent naona tu iko na kala ya red kwa bank account. Hapo siwezi hata argue. Wanachukua anytime they want. In fact walichukua jana. Nimeona tu line nyingine ya red.
Ati?
Hawaulizi. So Mevo, una yepi ya kusema?
In fact kuna kitu nilikuwa nafanya nikaingia vile juu yako vile umesema una feel weak. You need to eat properly. Na nilikwambia because you only test positive of COVID. Na hujakula kuanzia Tuesday. Na nilikuwa nimeongea na wewe before. Ndio unaona una feel weak saa hii, kudanganyi, don't play with COVID. That's why you're feeling weak. We don't want to hear. Unajua COVID inakuanga hivyo. Inaanza saa hizi alafu within 5 hours mnasikia mtu amekuwa hospitalized. We don't want that to happen to you. God forbid.
Yeah bana, nataka niende nilale kwa ndugu yangu. Hii kitanda ni kubwa bana. Peke yangu. Na hiyo ugonjwa kwa mwili lazima.
You're not eating.
Tulale wawili.
Kiza, you're not eating. Kwa hivyo body yako iko strong, immune yako si poa. Uko weak. You can't fight anything.
Sana. So let me try and
Najua una appetite au taste food lakini you need to eat. Mimi nakwambia through experience. Hata sisi tuko tuna taste food lakini tulikuwa tunakula tu.
Okay, thank you.
Vitamin D ukimeza. It's very good. Unajua huku kwetu tunanga nini jua. So vitamin D ni poa.
Thank you, Jen.
Fluids, and you make sure uko hydrated, vipoa na ukule.
Jen, nimekuambia hata nikikula hii chumvi hapa haileti.
It doesn't matter, force yourself. Najua utakula chumvi mob, utakunywa sukari mob. Hivyo ndio iko, lakini you need to.
Okay.
Jiforce tu, hata unajiforce tu, just force yourself. Nilikwambia kitu kama toast. Toast is very good, alafu weke nini? Peanut butter, kauko nayo.
Okay. Baba Clinton. Naona unang'ang'ana na mic yako, Baba Clinton.
Mimi mic yako iko sawa.
Sema.
Leo nawasikiza. Sasa topic niguze gani? Topic ilikuwa nini?
Si wewe ni mkazi wa Nairobi? Na wewe ndio ulikuwa ukilialia hapa eti Mheshimiwa Rais ametufungia nchi. Leo hii amefungua nchi. Wewe kama mkazi wa Karen, unaonaje?
Nami sioni kitu, bali ni vitu za kawaida tu, kwa sababu Danrai ametuambia wameadapt, lakini ametuumiza sana. Sahii huwezi utaambia wale walikuwa wanafanya kazi hoteli, matatu industry warudi kazi na 10 days tena watoto wanaenda shule. I just think there is this idea. They want most of the students to go to public schools. That one you can even see by the results. Public schools did well. The private schools walikuwa wanasoma online ile wakati watoto wa public hawako kwenda shule. Juzi shule zikifunguliwa, wazazi hawana pesa, government schools hawakuwa wanafukuzwa shule. Is what is going to happen. Private schools zinaenda kuumia sana, na mingi zimefungiwa, watu wamechange into rental. Is very bad. I feel for them. Kazi hakuna, sahii ni biashara ndogo ndogo tu. So hata akitufanyia akifunga inchi ni sawa. We will move at least 2% hapo ako sawa. Sina mengi la kusema. Either the topic is bored. Mengi la kusema.
But are you happy now that you are free to move from one county or one place to another within Kenya?
Yeah, I do with all my heart. I'm happy, by the way. Hata mimi next week nitateremuka Europe. I see the Europe people is when I will be back in Nairobi.
Thank you.
Where in Europe?
Brother.
Europe.
Where?
Europe is the second largest city in Kenya, Kisumu.
Ayaga wewe ni mwenda azimu.
Mimi nilikuwa nangojea na umesema Europe, nafikiri ni Europe ya kabisa, ndio nilikuwa nangojea uniambie ni wapi nikwambie kama utakuwa allowed or not.
Kwani bei ya bangi Kenya ilishushwa?
Inaonekana.
Good question, Clinton.
But ni sawa.
Ayaga inaonekana bangi mzima inakulemea, anza kuvuta nusu.
No, Kisumu is Europe. Not that Europe yenu inaanza na EU. Europe yetu inaanza na YUROP.
Okay, okay, get you, Europe, okay.
Nasikia huko Siaya wanaita USA, Ugenya, Siaya and Alego.
Alego.
Yes, Siaya is USA. And we
Okay,
have
Rupia.
Kwani mimi unipatie nafasi niongee juu ya nini ya
Asante sana bwana Clinton. Jane, kuwa tu mpole, umeongea
Mevo,
sana.
wewe unajielewa.
niliongea kupatia Clinton mawaidha, si kuongea juu ya lockdown, but Rupia
It's my
ongea tu,
time.
niko tu bado.
It's my time. So just listen
Take
to what
it.
I'm going to.
Take as much time as you want, Rupia. You can have the time. Take the time.
Thank you very much from Europe. I'm also in Europe. The same way I other say.
Yeah.
Our Europe is here with us. So Kisumu is our Europe in Kenya. And the reason why it's named Europe, let me just explain a bit. Right, currently, Kisumu is the cleanest city in Kenya. Secondly, is going through a facelift, and the president is very keen, and we are going to hold the Madaraka celebrations here in Kisumu. The only thing that is unfortunate that the Kenya power is still very disrespectful to us, because right now we are in total darkness. So, and we cannot complain anywhere. So it's quite unfortunate for that. Reacting to what happened today, you know, in Kenya, we are still in a very, very deep hole, to say, because the president of this country made announcements which you people heard during the Labor Day. And it was a very important day for all Kenyans, because most Kenyans are workers. And it was also important to those Kenyans who work during the curfew time. I didn't hear the president mention anything about the people who work at night, but they are also workers. So being a workers' day, I expected much from the president and from the court secretary, Francis Atwoli. But I do consider very little. The things that they said are of a very small percentage, to say. First, to start with, is the issue when we talked here, and I had mentioned here that we don't need curfew in Kenya. The reason why we don't need curfew in Kenya is because I say that we only need the curfew. No, not the curfew. We only need to close the bars, because when you closely examine all the sectors of the economy, even the night economy in this country, you will see that we are able to control the eateries, the hotels, and other sectors apart from the bar. You know, the bar is very difficult to control somebody who is drunk. And after you drink, you cannot be controlled. That one I know. You cannot keep the social distance of 1.5, and you cannot follow the COVID laid down protocols by the Ministry of Health. So for me, I was not touched by what the president did. For me, the president would have actually opened the 24-hour economy, the night travels, and only close the bars. not completely, because if you know, in the last year we lost over 56 billion in terms of revenue due to closure of bars and lack of drinking alcohol. You know, alcohol is expensive, but it contributes, is a major contributor in the revenue. So we lost a lot of money. And the president, even if he says that he was advised, but you know, a politician like Ayaga, you are all-rounded. We refer to you as a jack of all trades and a master of none. So you can cut across and see and reason and argue out that every sector of economy is important, including the bars or the alcohol industry, which is a major contributor of our revenue. And you can only bring or introduce limits to control the pandemic that we have right now. So it's quite unfortunate that the president did not see that as a politician. He only relied on the advice from the experts, and I believe they are the experts in the health sector. But again, we are here today talking, and some of our Kenyans are still suffering, and some of them are workers, and on a Labor Day, on a workers' day. So it's quite unfortunate, and we will still carry on with our quest for the lift of any form of curfew in this country, the lift of any form of lockdown. And this one, this time round, he has gone right, because lockdown actually was not helping us at all. Because you see, in Kenya, the system is going in one direction. Nairobi holds most of the things in this country. And you could see that even if Nairobi was locked, but people could still find panya routes into Nairobi and those other areas. So it did not play a lot. It did not play much. The only thing that we need to do is that it's our it should be our responsibility to actually contribute to flattening the curve of COVID. Today, I didn't want to talk much about politics, but I wanted to talk about law. I'm not a lawyer, but I think I have some law in me. Today, there is an order that all the bars in this country must. By the way, I'm a bar not operator. I own some small pub and I'm badly affected. So it's not in my interest. It's not any interest, but I'm just telling you that today, when there's an order to close your bar at 7, and you go into a bar as a law enforcer, and you find people drinking past 7, what should you do? And Yaga, as a politician, I just want to request you to answer me on this, because the way it has been done, I feel it's not right. So you can just give me just your brief answer. Don't go use a lot of words. If you're a law enforcer and you go into a bar and you find people drinking past curfew time, what are you supposed to do? Maybe from the law perspective. Ayaga, it's your time.
Thank you very much. Number one, it is wrong to keep people beyond stipulated time. It is very wrong. So, number one, you have to admit you are wrong. People holding people beyond 7. That one you are wrong. And when you are wrong, the problem why the police break into such clubs, they will knock. The guys, the operators and the managers will refuse to open, yet people are inside. they will break into it. It is required by the law. So they break. Breaking when you refuse. If you open to them, you talk as human beings, I think no one will just break into your bar or club after opening for them. Open for them, let them arrest those people plus you. Malizeni kule mbele. Lakini the moment you refuse and holding people beyond 7, both of you might be wrong. If
Okay,
they
thank you very much for the direct answer. And then the second one is, if should people, let's say it's a Friday, should people be arrested on Friday? Maybe from the law perspective, should people be arrested on Friday? Then they are held on, because we in Kenya we have seen there is a tendency that when you want to arrest somebody, you arrest them on Friday and you hold them on Saturday and on Sunday and on Monday. While the law states that, I think the law states that it should be 24 or 48 hours. I'm not very keen on the law. Maybe you can, should people be arrested on Friday so that they are kept in police cells on Saturday and on Sunday, and then they go to court on a Friday? Because that is again a breach of the law. Maybe you can also to say something about that.
Can I answer that one for you?
Yes.
If we followed what our constitution says, if you arrest anybody on a Friday, the police should take you to the police station, book you in, and then give you a cash bill to present yourself to whichever court on Monday, unless there is threat to life or danger to yourself. That's the only time they can hold on to you. The other time, they should give you a cash bill. Or you are a threat to absconding. So if the police decide, if let's say you've murdered somebody and they think you will run away, then they can't give you a cash bill. But any other petty crimes, they should give you cash bill at the police station and give you a court date for you to present yourself. There is no reason to hold people for a weekend. But because we are a country of impunity, that is why the police do what they do.
And there are people who have been denied of cash bail. I've also heard of that. So what should be the case?
Let me help you. Let me help you, my brother. Law states that you can be arrested any day. You can be arrested any day. The problem with Fridays is one. The majority of people who are arrested on Friday are, there is always operation on Fridays. Number one, because Friday we are heading to weekend. So many people are not going to work the following day. So you get, even if it is club, they will only delay that on Fridays, heading to weekend, saying, tomorrow I'm not going to job, so I can even drink past 7. If you are caught in the mix, utaenda. That's the law. Because you can be arrested any day. But for most arrest of politicians on Friday, I think it is like a punishment. If you arrest a politician like Monday, these guys have a cash bill, and maybe government wants them to test the feel of staying in cells. There is a cash bill. I was arrested the other week on Friday. I was given a cash bill. Yeah. On before even Sunday, so it's there.
It's okay. Thank you for that contribution. But I want to give you my version.
Ayaga, you've been arrested several times.
Several times.
Hai. Hiyo pingu ukiekewa unasikiaje? As in, unasikia tu ni kama uko tu sawa ama kuna venye?
Sijaiwekwa pingo. Pingo unaekwa if you are resisting the arrest. That's when you are a capital offender. You are just like a criminal. But if you arrest me, then you come, I accept, we go. You don't, I can't accept. I've never accepted that in my life, though I've been arrested.
Na hapo kwa cell penye mnaekwa kuna viti?
Cells, hakuna viti. Cells ni floor. You just go, you sit down, you relax, you wait for you, as you calculate how you will get out of that place. Cells, hakuna viti. Hakuna kitanda. maybe Pangani small Kamati, Pangani and Mudaiga. Those are the only places you can be at least comfortable. That's why most of MPs, they are either taken to Mudaiga or Pangani. The rest, like Buruburu, where I used to hear, nothing. It is your own.
Pole. Make sure you are not arrested again. Mimi nilikuwa nadhani hapo kwa cell mko na wifi, viti. But poleni.
Cells, hata kama iko na wifi, number one, your phone is taken, your belt is taken because unaweza jinyonga na hiyo belt. Your wallet is taken because you may get criminals there na utanyang'anywa. One of your shoe is remaining there. So
Kumbe hata hamteswi mkishikwa. Simfanye tena kesho makosa. So thank you Ayaga, thank you Rupia. Nancy. Hello. Nani, Mevo Wireless, wewe ndio unaongea next. Naona.
Si umeniita unaniambia?
Sasa nimekuita Nancy, Mutembei amesema ako nyuma ya curtain anaeka watu, so everything is okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so mtu akijitokeza hapo chini automatically ataekwa kwa show. So mimi naomba niseme kwamba Nyaponsu Fred ni aje? Ni aje Fred?
Niko salama, habari yenu?
Kuna mtu aliingia kwa show anakaa wewe, alafu akaanza kupiga kelele, mara anapigwa, mara sijui shida iko wapi. Shida ilikuwa wapi? Was it you? Oh. Ayaga, kuna mtu aliingia kwa show akaanza kupiga kelele, shi anapigwa. Sijui alikuwa within the streets of Nairobi ama wapi. But it is okay.
Nilikuwa nawasikia hiyo time, though sikuwa nimeingia.
Hata mimi niliwasikia lakini nilikuwa sijaingia.
So watu wanapigwa tu kwa kuingia kwa show jameni. Hey. Hata kama ni COVID. So guys, mimi naweza nikasema asanteni sana. It's been nice having you people on board. Na mimi naweza sema nitawamiss kwa siku 2-3 zijazo. Naomba nitoweke maybe.
Yeah, you need to keep us updated, yeah?
Yeah. So maybe
just take care of yourself vile nimekuambia.
Tutaonana tena wiki ijayo, next month, vitu kama hizo.
Fruits of food na food.
Yeah, I'm gonna try doing that right now from here. So jamani, mimi nawashukuru, nasema asanteni. Mungu awe nanyi popote pale mlipo. Asanteni sana bwana.
All the best. Get well soon.
Thank you.
Go relax.
Thank you.
Jen, Ogola ongea. Ama Jen utaongea kwanza?
Hapana, wacha hao wageni waongee.
Ogola, we want to hear you. Unmute your mic and then go ahead if you are with us.
Alpha amepotea wapi?
Alpha anakuja. Ogola, unmute your mic, then we hear you.
Unmute.
Unmute your mic. My classmate, my schoolmate is Ogola. This
Iko on.
thank you.
I hope you go on.
Yeah.
Habari zenyu?
Uko poa?
Yeah, me, I've been following the story. Ayaga, sisi tuko kazi hata saa hii.
Kuna watu kule nyuma background.
Ayaga.
Polio Gola uko wapi wewe?
Yes. Tell me something.
Ulikuwa unapita watu walikuwa wanapiga nduru.
Yeah?
Wewe ndio ulikuwa unapigwa?
Wewe, nenda wapi mama? Sijui sauti imeenda wapi?
Ogola.
Mama kulipa pikipiki. Mama kuongea kwa serikali na tuko kazi. Eh?
Rupia.
Okay, thank you.
Ungeuliza
Yes.
Ogola ile swali bwana. Swali pia ameingia daktari.
Ayaga uliza swali.
Ogola alikuwa anauliza
aje?
Mbona mnashika tu Friday peke yake? Ameenda.
Ayaga, kweli is he a policeman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Na
Mwambie wache
tulisoma
kuchapa watu.
Tulikuwa na yeye high school. So
Okay.
Sasa
arudi online kumwambia wache kupiga watu.
Sawa. Daktari.
Habari yako?
Mzuri sana.
Mimi niko mgonjwa kidogo So sina sauti leo, nataka kusikiza tu, sina sauti.
Nini mbaya daktari?
Homa imeniweza. Si corona though.
Pole.
Niko salama.
Mm.
Wiki yenu imekuwa aje?
Sio mbaya.
Okay. Everybody is good.
Yetu imekuwa mbaya kwa sababu nyinyi mmeadvise rais afunge bar hadi bar ifungwe saa moja. Unajua you people just need to be human. Unajua kuna watu
wanasema. Nani amemwadvise Rupia jamani surely?
Hao ma experts ni madaktari.
Madaktari, okay.
Sisi tunaumia sana.
Yeah, it's a difficult call. It's a difficult call in the middle of a crisis because at the end of the day, watu wasianza kukufa kama flies is still gonna be. Unaona venye India kunaendelea.
Daktari, wacha nikuulize.
Yes.
What happens at night that does not happen during the day? That beginning 10 in the night, we must have a curfew. I don't see the reason of having a curfew at night. If all bars, this is what I'm saying, if all bars can be closed or can be regulated the way they are being regulated, I don't see the reason why hotels and other businesses should not be operated because of curfew. I just believe that there should be a curfew. No, there should be no curfew. Bars should be closed down, maybe partially. Then you allow other sectors of economy to work. Because now look at the night travels. We never have nowadays we don't have the night travels. The night economy has died down. If you go to towns like Nakuru or Naivasha, Narok, Voi, and those towns that were actually coming up because of somebody is making some movements and is making a lot of noise that depended on the night economy. My friend, people are suffering there. You might give your advice an expert, but if you look holistically in the economy, the effects of this curfew, they are drastic, and Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans who work in the hotel industry, Kenyans who work in the power industry, Kenyans who work at night, they are suffering, and there's something I think that there's something that can be done to prevent these people from suffering. We must not close the night economy, the whole of it. We can close it partially, like closing the bars alone. Then we move with others. I don't see the danger. Maybe as a doctor, if you see the danger in those other businesses, and you can tell us here.
I think the thing about the whole situation is this: every country must handle that kitu based on how their local dynamics work. So I believe the local experts, because me, I'm not there, so I don't know what is the criteria or what is the rationale behind that curfew. But what I think I've heard them talk about is that when people are drunk, first of all they become careless, and as we know, the last thing or the one thing that has accelerated the infection rate of Ikitu when people are talking, when people are shouting. Because really, it's a virus that is really transmitted through the aerosol. So mtu akiongea, when they are screaming, when they are shouting, there is a huge possibility of them, passing on the infection. And that is why I think the churches and now the birds are a super spreader kind of a scenario. So I think that is the rationale that they gave. I do sympathize with what you're saying. I think ile shida sisi tuko nayo in Kenya ni kuwa hatuna a social net. We do not have a system that can take care of our vulnerable. That is the one thing that other countries are able to do that we are not able to do. And I think that is why you saw the president come out today and try to open up. I think, as much as personally I disagree with this government. I mean, Ayega knows that I have a huge problem with this government, but I can also see them try to understand the situation. I don't think the pandemic is even controlled, but Uhuru had the cries. I think people are crying like the left. I mean, I don't think he also wants the economy to collapse. In as much as people say, oh, it's the rich people, they don't care about the poor people. I think you can see the government trying, they just do not have the resources. And I think that is why you see them trying to open up. Wakasema sijui kazi wakaimove kutoka kwa 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. So they are trying to do a few things here and there, but the suffering is there. I agree with you. I agree with you totally. I wish it could be done differently, but at the same time, you do not want to be India. India, Leo, I think it was yesterday, I think there were 400,000 new cases of the COVID cases. I mean, watu wanachoma watu literally. I mean, it's chaotic. We do not want to see that in Kenya either.
Daktari, another question I have is on the vaccine, the AstraZeneca. It originated from India and from
UK. It originated from UK.
From the UK.
They just have a production plant in India and literally in a few countries.
But seemingly the vaccine is not effective because people are still dying in countries like India at a rate that we think that the vaccine would have moderated. And
no. Let's look at it this way, Paige. First of all, I think is that Sage? Who is that? Or Rupia?
Yes.
So I don't think you can say that the vaccine is not effective because it has helped the UK, and I think AstraZeneca is predominantly being used in the UK. But I think you have to look at this thing in a more broader context. I think the reasoning, the factors behind the many deaths and the spreading of coronavirus in India is a multifactorial. You have to look at a few things, not just one thing. You have to first of all realize that India is a country of 1 billion people. And during wako na watu wengi sana. So hata kama walikuwa wamevaccinate, it was just a small population. Reason number 2, hiyo serikali ya Mondi, what they did, like I said here last week, instead of kufungua hii kitu slowly kidogo, walienda waka flip switch. They started having massive rallies, wakakaanza kukuwa na easy ma entertainment events everywhere. And then the other thing you have to realize, like I said, India was not hardly hit like the other countries before. And the place come New York right now, if you go to New York right now, mtu alipata corona of which akona antibodies and the vaccine. Like if you enter India, most people did not get corona in the first few eruptions na hajapata vaccine. So vaccine bado iko na place ya kwenda. So in terms of herd immunity, bado wako mbali. They are very far from getting herd immunity. So it's not that the vaccine is not effective, it's that there's a couple other factors. And like I enumerated, one thing, they did not have a lot of people infected in the first place, okay? Second thing, they flip the switch. Walianza kufungua right away. Instead of kidogo kidogo, unafungua. Like we've been doing in the US. Unafungua kidogo kidogo, kukikuwa na eruptions, unafungua kidogo. Lakini Modi alifungua kila kitu mara moja.
And then the worry is the rate of infection has not gone down despite having the vaccine with us.
Okay, let me tell you, Rupia, let me tell you one thing. You see, like us here, most of the people have had the 2 vaccines. You understand? Like me, I've had both of them, but we still put on the masks. You understand? So rate ijaenda chini Kenya kwa sababu sio watu wengi wamevaccinatiwa, alafu Kenya pia watu hawasikii. Mi uona watu wavai bado mask, na ndio niliwaambia hapa kwa hii group, please usione mtu akifanya kitu na wewe ufanye, just put on the mask. Wewe kuwa safe wewe mwenyewe, unaelewa? Kuwa safe wewe mwenyewe. Sasa rates Kenya watu si hapa kama saa hizi, sasa uwezi sema hivyo juu imeenda chini kabisa. As Nancy alisema before, tulikuwa tuna watu wawili wamekufa, una understand kwa sababu tumevaccinatiwa watu wengi sana saa hizi, unaelewa? So it has really gone down. Hata hatuamini juu si there is a time tulikuwa tunaogopa kuona TV tukisikia wale watu wanakufa per day, una understand? Tulikuwa hatuoni, ni vile mnaogopa, na sasa hiyo tumeshaka kwa nyumba mpaka tumechoka, unaelewa? Alafu sasa ile kitu inafanya hata kama Kenya watu hawashughuliki kuvaa mask juu hawajaona vile watu wamekufa sana, unaelewa daktari? Vile watu walikufa New York. Mtu alikuwa New York ameona, unafikiria anaweza cheza? Hawezi cheza. Kenya hawajaona hiyo vile watu wamekufa sana vile si tuliona hapa UK, tukaogopa, unaelewa? Vile sasa tumeogopa, hata bado tumedungwa shindano, hatusahawingi mask, bado si uvaa mask, whether tuko kazini, tuko wapi, lazima bado we have to keep on putting on the masks. Sasa hao hata sio watu wengi wamevaccinatiwa, ni wachache, unaelewa? Bado wavai masks, watu people are not listening, and that's why I think Uhuru alifunga, kwa sababu aliona hata watu wakiambiwa wavae mask. So polisi wanapiga watu kwa nini kila saa ati juu ya mask, hauna mask. Ukiona polisi ndio unavaa mask, kama unaweka kwa mfuko. By the end of the day, si polisi, sisi huku nobody monitors us, you understand? Hakuna polisi, utavaa tu mask automatically, you'll just have to have it, kwa sababu huwezi ingia any supermarket or anywhere kuna watu bila mask, unaelewa? Hata shule watoto wa secondary school wote kila mtu anavaa mask.
Miss Jen, quick question for you. Yini mmejipata, unajua sisi right now tumefika a situation where we actually have more supply of vaccine kuliko the demand. The vaccine is so much na watu wanakataa kuvaccinate. So there is so much vaccination now. There's so much vaccine out there, it's ridiculous.
Hata sisi vaccine si ati hakuna vaccine ziko, lakini kuna wale watu wanakataa. But what they are doing, they are educating people about the vaccine. Mostly kwanza sisi siku za kwanza vile ilianza, of course sisi wote tulikuwa skeptical. Hatukuwa tunataka kuchukua. Kila mtu aliyosema hatachukua. You understand? But after tumeambiwa na tukafundishwa na kila kitu, alafu tukaona mtu very vulnerable anadungwa na akopoa. Unaelewa? Mtu wako na immune zero anadungwa na akopoa. Sasa tukasema
yes.
Jen?
Who is calling, Ogola?
Who's calling?
Daktari.
Habari.
Daktari, let me ask you a question. I don't think before I ask a question, let me just make a brief comment. I don't think Kenyans have really neglected the vaccine, or they don't care about the vaccine. I believe that the government has not done enough. Because
Definitely, yeah.
first they were supposed to vaccinate the frontline workers, who are the doctors. We don't know how far they have gone. And secondly, there were the elderly people who I think they were given the priority. We have not gotten any feedback whether the government is done with that, and we are not seeing things moving right now. What we see are the updates daily in the TVs. So maybe if you have something you can tell us about that.
Rupia, I must say this, and I think if somebody like Kayaga can remember, I said here when Nikki to the start, I said the one thing that I think that the Kenyan government has done wrong on the vaccine is that they are not methodical. It requires a seamless process. Mimi nilisema hapa, ulikuwa unakaa hivi, unaona sijui Robert Alai amekuwa vaccinated. I have nothing with watu kama Robert Alai. Unakaa unaona jamaa mwingine, it was not methodical. Unajua hapa mimi mahali niko, there was a time it was tulienda kutoka, I think they actually broke it down. Kulikuwa na 1A 1B. Kama uko 1B, there is no way utapata hiyo vaccination as long as wanapatia 1A.
Hata hapa ilikuwa hivyo.
Ilikuwa hivyo. So hiyo kitu, when you are doing it that way, you are able to follow up. You are able to, unaona kama ipo kama sasa ni nursing homes. Unaona sasa hapa wale watu walikuwa nakufa na corona sana, it was the elderly population.
Elderly, yeah.
Yes. So there is no justification ya kupatia mtu yuko 40 or 25 years old ana comorbidity.
Yeah.
Yes. I even said it on this platform. There is no way me I would take a vaccination in Nairobi, nichukue vaccination, yet my mother who is 90 years old or 80 years old, na hajapata hiyo vaccination. It makes no sense, it's stupid, it's ridiculous. So mimi nasema hiyo kitu, they never had that system. Hawaji kukaa hivi kufikiria, okay, hizi vaccination zimekuja. So how do we start? How do we have a seamless process? Because hata ukipatia mtu ana comorbidity, ana ugonjwa yoyote, why are you giving them the vaccine? Na kuna mtu mwingine anahitaji sana na upatie hiyo vaccination. Unaona? So I think lack of a good system, a well thought procedure ya kupatania kitu imetumiza pia. Na ndio sasa vaccination imeisha.
Daktari, unaona hata Prime Minister wetu amedungwa juzi after nini, watu wako 70 years and over wamedungwa, wakakuja 60s na 50s, una understand, wakadungwa, alafu healthcare workers na support workers na all those people wakadungwa. Sasa ndio wamefungulia watu wa nini 40s kwenda chini, unaelewa? Hata Prime Minister mwenyewe hakudungwa before watu wazee.
So it was a very good seamless process, because by the way, kama sasa hapa sisi we are going up ile tunasemanga the harder population. Tulichukua wale watu, tulitoka hiyo medical tukaenda kwa wale watu wazee, tukaenda kwa morbidity, alafu tukasema sasa wale watu wanaitwa raw fruit, ule mtu anataka huyo anapatiwa, unaona? Alafu sasa now we are targeting wale watu unajua hawatataka na the hard neighborhood, unaona?
Exactly.
So, now with a process like that, you are able to be accountable, unajua? Alafu you are able to stay ahead of the virus. Unaona? So ule mtu anaweza uliwa na hiyo kitu zapata severe disease na uliwe, you vaccinate them fast. Unaona? Lakini sasa Kenya unakuta etozo ilipatiwa wale watu wako close to government, those people who link,
and even the disabled people wako supposed kuwa wameshapewa, unaelewa? Lakini watu wagava wakadungwa before hao, watu vulnerable, watu wako na underlying issues, si ndio? Hao ndio wale watu after wazee wadungwe, hao ndio watu walidungwa next, wale watu wako na underlying issues, una understand, na people with disability. Unaelewa?
So Rupia, that's what we would say. I don't know kama uko na swali lingine, but I don't think the government has been very effective in the whole process.
I just want you, not specifically you, but any other person, to weigh in on the precautions that we have taken as a country, that the Ministry of Health have taken, and then with the political activities that we might have in the coming months. Because
Those are clearly, man.
do you think the government has done enough, and we are going to see a reduction in the rate of infection or the deaths? We are going to see a reduction with the political activities that we are going to have in the next few months.
Unless people are vaccinated, unless watu wako vaccinated, mass vaccination, alafu mwanze kwenda kwa public, I'm telling you, it is going to be like India, and God forbid.
Jen, but do you think vaccination will be done all over? Because I don't think.
Wacha nikwambie, the problem is,
according to the issue at hand, according to the issue at hand, the population of Kenya is very high, and the supplies is very minimal. So I don't think whether everybody will be vaccinated. So, but you know, it was voluntary. Like for us, it was a voluntary vaccination. So you just go kama wewe una feel ati unataka kuwa vaccinated, unaona? So it will be very difficult for us to reduce this thing. And to make matters worse, yes, we started with the vulnerable people.
Did you?
Which they told us that the vulnerable people are the police, the doctors, and old ages. Are we together? Now, what are the categories? Now, people, those who are the old age people, they don't go to most of them. They don't attend crowded places. Unaona? And the energetic ones are the people who are attending these crowd places, like
but the energetic ones have low risk of getting it.
Yes. Jen, I'm not getting you on.
The energetic people, like the young people, awako kwa high risk ya kuget nini COVID. Una understand? Na hata wakiget wanaweza fight. Yeah. Even if they get it, they can fight it. Una understand? Lakini mtu mzee akipata ni hard sana I fight.
They don't get severe disease hata wakipata, so they are fine.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hata amepotea, yuko wapi mwenyewe? Ogola bado
nakupata.
Alafu the thing is, wacha nikwambie, gava saa hizi ina prioritize zile vitu azifai kuprioritize. Kitu kama BBI, gava ikiwe hizo pesa zilikuliwa za nini, za KEMSA na kila kitu. Hizo ndio pesa saa hizi zingekuwa zinanunulia watu vaccine, alafu gava iprioritize watu wao, ipatie watu vaccine. Una understand? Alafu hata sisi huku hatukufosiwa, nobody is being forced anywhere to take the vaccine. What they are doing, they're educating people. Wakisha educate watu, wakiambia kila mtu kitu, kila mtu anajitolea kwenda kupatiwa. Alafu the fact that vile watu waliona watu wamekufa hapa, kila mtu anaogopa, so everyone was running for that vaccine. Una understand? Now I can say it works after vaccine, watu wapate, kwa sababu rates za vifo zimeisha. Una understand?
Yes.
Sisi ni ulifika wakati watu 4 hao wanakufa a day. Can you imagine kama watu 10 ni wengi? Watu 4 hao ni aje?
Ni wengi sana. So I wanted to say,
sasa tunaona watu 2 wamekufa kama leo, una understand? Hiyo sasa tunajua kavi kumeanza kufunguliwa.
Now let's do it this way, Jen. You know, there are some of the things that we just ignore. But let it be our responsibility, because some of the measures we can do. Like, for example, wearing a face mask.
Yeah.
You find it, somebody is wearing a face mask because there is maybe ameona gari askari ikikuja. Unaona?
Na hiyo kitu muonge about it here so much. Muwaambia Ayaga naweza kukuambia, mi ushinda tu nikiwaambia, please guys, if you wear a mask, you're not wearing it for anybody, it's just for you. Kama sisi hapa polisi si lazima akufuate uvae mask. Mask unavaa tu kwa sababu ni government ilishatangaza uwezi enda mahali bila mask. Sio daktari, tukishaambiwa hivyo we don't need to be reminded.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
it should
yes,
be like
yes.
that. Then we have what sanitizers. Unaona? You go to a public place, maybe umeenda mahali kama supermarket, vitu kama hizo. So upate hakuna sanitizer, they don't follow the measures, the rules. Then askari wakiwashika bado wana blame askari. Unaona? Wana complain. Unaona? Mtu akipelekwa kotini ana complain. Unaona? Ati mara ameonewa nini. But let us just put it as your responsibility, uvae mask, uone ni kama mimi nimesanitize. Unaona? Those are some of the measures which are very easy. Kuvaa mask, ebu just imagine ushikwe na karao. Mask ni 20 bob. Then uende kotini, upige fine ya kitu kama 10k. Na ni mask ni 10 bob au 20 bob. How will it be? How will you feel? And yet you know very well that mask ndio sasa hizo ndio some of the measures that we should be taking. Unaona?
Can I ask a question?
Then I heard some were saying that polisi siku hizi wanashikanga watu Friday. Unaona? Si eti umeshikwa Friday, kushikwa Friday si makosa. Unaona? Umeshikwa Friday, juu Saturday hakuna kotini, itabidi ungoje mpaka Monday. Unaona? Hiyo ni rule ya Kenya. Si eti ni sisi ndio tumeweka au ni government ndio imeweka hivyo. Ushikwe, mtu akifanya makosa Friday, so unataka afanyiwe aje? Unaona kitu kama hiyo?
Yes. Ogola. Watu wanafanya makosa zinafanywa kila siku, but there is a tendency of the officers or the law enforcers to arrest people on a Friday, and we are seeing a motive that the reason why you are being arrested on Friday is because if you are arrested on Friday, you would stay in the police cell on Saturday and on Sunday, because there is no court you can go to. So that is a tendency that we are seeing. So that I asked a question here. If somebody does mtu amefanya makosa on a Tuesday, and then it waits all those days, and then he gets arrested on Friday, we are seeing a motive of you people arresting people on Friday. That is what the question we are asking. Why are you not arresting somebody who has committed an offense on that Tuesday, and it has been brought to your attention that there is somebody who has done something on Tuesday or on Monday, he should be arrested on that Monday or maybe Wednesday.
You know, Daktari, let's just do it this way. Hakuna siku utafanya makosa alafu askari au gava angoje mpaka ifike Friday ya kukujie. Unaona kitu kama hiyo? Hakuna siku utafanya makosa alafu tungoje ati lazima tu tukushike on Friday, ukae cell on Saturday, Sunday, alafu pelekwe kotini Monday. There is nothing like that. Unaona? Makosa ukifanya, let's say umefanya makosa on Tuesday na ni kama aujaenda police station, unaona, auja surrender yourself. Sasa sisi tumekutafuta, tumekupata on Friday, unaona, so itabidi tu ukae cell on that Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then on Monday uende kotini. Then it depends with the investigating officer yenye ana investigate hiyo maneno, unaona. So maybe huyo officer bado hakukuwa ready na amekuwa ready on Friday, unaona. So itabidi tu akutafute, au kama kuna place anaweza kutafuta, anaweza kupata on that Friday, hapo ndio sasa utashikwa. Lakini si ati lazima tu askari akushika on Friday. Haikwangi hivyo.
Ogola, yes. Nikuulize swali. Ogola,
uliza Jed. Uliza.
Tutafanya hii corruption ya askari, tutafanyaje about hiyo askari kukulia watu kila saa? What are we going to do about this?
Jane,
Hii corruption ya askari mnakula
Where
watu
is
vibaya
corruption?
sana Kenya.
Jane,
Unajua
Where is
nimekuja
corruption?
Kenya, nimesikitika
Jane,
sana.
Jane, can you listen before Gola answers you? We were discussing something about COVID. And before we go to that, I wanted to ask another question. That, but you seem to be talking a lot of time. So we also have Saji Ila who wants to talk, and Randall is also here, and Nancy. So you can also
I was
allow
asking a
them.
question.
So let me ask this question, and I want Nani to answer. Sage Ila, in the event that the situation doesn't improve about COVID, we still have the rate of infections high and the deaths high, and the situation doesn't improve. What, as a country, what should we do? Should we still continue with the curfews and everything that we are doing, or we should seek an alternative of maybe opening the country, our economy, and dealing with the COVID at the same time? Can you weigh in on that? Hello?
Sage, are you there?
He's not there. So maybe Jane, you are very active. You can weigh in.
Listen, there is no way you can open the economy na corona iko mob and you survive both. You understand? Kama corona iko mingi, one has to close. Lazima mfungiwe ndio corona ipungue. Otherwise hamwezi fungulia economy and there is a lot of corona. Otherwise hiyo itamaliza watu sana. Ama aje daktari?
Yeah, actually, I would like to ask this question to, I know Rupia is big on BBI, I know Saj is big on BBI, and probably Ogola as well. So the question I would ask is this. Now that the US seems to be getting to a point where we have enough vaccination, and probably the UK, if it gets to a point where vaccines are readily available, would you guys be okay with, like, the government just forget about the BBI and buy vaccine and mass and vaccinate everybody, get your country back together? Because I mean, the vaccine, once you vaccinate the country, you can open up. I think that to me will be the better solution. Buy vaccination, $7 a dose, that's $14, it's a country of 47 million people, and then you can open up your country. Instead of depending on COVAX, just buy your own vaccines and open up the country, and then to tufanye BBI mwaka ingine. Hell, you can even move the uchaguzi until you guys can achieve whatever you want to do. But see what the country first. Saj, Rupia, Ogola.
For the economy to go on or to prosper, lazima watu wakuwe vaccinated. COVID is here. You understand? It is here.
Saj, can you,
Ogola.
Saj, you have been quiet for long. Can you talk?
Sage.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
We are getting you. Talk.
Am I able to speak now?
You are.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Go on.
I wanted to ask Mr. Gola a very simple question. I don't know whether he's still alive. Ama he has left.
He's there.
Hello?
Yes.
Go on.
Hello? Now, Rupia.
Yeah.
Ogola is there.
Rupia and Daktari, there's a point you were trying to ask what government, the measures that the government has put in place to make sure that people are not, the spread of COVID is at least maintained or reduced. Then Daktari was talking about Okay, lockdown is one of the ways, but then I think as much as we are talking about night economy, but we have to understand, you know, there's what we call tree analysis. And in tree analysis, you're supposed to know what are the root causes, and when you've known the root causes of how these things can spread, because right now it is with us. But one thing that you have to understand that the best way, the best intervention possible is to make sure that people don't get contact with the virus, because the history of pathogen is that they don't respect human boundary. Okay, and it is not about vaccinated a given category of the population, because all you have to understand that at one point in life there's interaction. I don't know whether you're getting my point. Now,
I think hold on stage. I think
yes.
Ogola should mute when he's not talking.
It's okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ogola. Now, I'm saying, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. It's not about putting always your mask. I think the point is, when you are in public place, you're supposed to put on your mask. That
Yeah,
should be the
that's what
point.
we are saying. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because then, if you have to put your mask always, and even how you handle that mask, we've done studies and we've also realized that even that your mask is very possible for you to get COVID out of it. How you handle it. Mask management is one of the challenges that we have in the country. How do you manage your mask? How do you handle it in the first place? How long does you take with it? How safe is it? Okay? Because there are some people who are just making them, which is understandable. Getting 10 bob, I heard someone saying that it is 20 bob, then when you're taken to court, you're charged. No. There are people who are not able to afford that mask on a daily basis. What is the government doing? Because you know, the responsibility was given to national government and county government at large, so that at least they can be able to provide some of the essential. Mask is essential service. Okay? As much as they are talking about why can't they provide mask? Why can't they reduce tax on VAT on mask so that anybody can get it or it can be provided free? Because that is the only possible things that we can now give to people as we now progress on other things like vaccination. This is what I want to tell you, Daktari. Even if you vaccinate those people we consider vulnerable or with underlying conditions, if you don't take care of the overall population, the all is greater than some of this part. Because yes, it has even been stated that this one, you can get, like Kidero, for instance, was vaccinated, right? He was vaccinated, but he ended up retesting positive. So I'm not saying this thing is not able to help, but I'm just saying this person, even if they can still be a carrier, and when you allow them to interact with other family members or members of the public who are not vaccinated, then they risk getting COVID as well. So the thing is, if you are able to make policies and programs that will take care of the whole population as far as vaccination is concerned, then that should be the best. Okay? But as long as we are going with this mentality, it is free. As long as we are going with this mentality that there are people who ought to take it more than others, no. Life cannot be exchanged. Life cannot be rated. Life is life. Because today you're not vulnerable and tomorrow you're vulnerable. So it is better. It is best when you give it earlier, prevention, so that you are able to prevent. The moment someone is brought to the hospital, there's no any other thing. It's treatment and maybe care support. But the thing right now, what we should be doing, actually, vaccination is one of the methods of health promotion. we promote health so that we bar people from making it to hospital, that stage. Okay? So it is one of the best thing. Mask, one of the best thing. Taking people to mambo na social distancing is very, 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 very sustainable. Okay? That's why we are not able to have what we call right economy, because Nani Rupia was saying that why is it that, okay, there are high chances, at night it is very difficult for you to maintain social in many aspects of life, either even in religion. Okay? Because Kenya, it is very difficult to control behavior of people. And this thing is about interaction. So if you are able to handle, look at even daytime, how people maneuver their way. So assume it is night, there's darkness. Because not every place will be having lights. Okay? But then, even if you now close bars, because Rupia was saying, which to some extent is very true, it is very difficult to control people who are drunk. But then, even if you close the bars, how many people are working in the bar? There are so many. Okay? There are so many. So the thing is, we need to come up with what we call progressive kind of something sustainable. Okay? And we cannot have this laxity to only have like few people are vaccinated because they are old, they are what. No, we need to go with the total population. Okay? And we are not many, as Ogola once said it. Okay? Actually, Ethiopia is even more than us. Okay? So we can vaccinate our people. So long as some of these police officers are not corrupt. Like there's a regional police officer in Coast Region. This person is drinking a bus and allow them to operate even odd hours. Very odd hours. As late as saa kumi usiku. Okay? And yet others are locked up. Wanachukua pesa kwa barabara. Huh? Not all of them. There are some police officers who are very good, but others are just rowdy, as their name suggests. Okay? And we are not afraid to do this. I'm not afraid to say this. If all police officers can behave in a right way, and I think the government is also failing us. These are corrupt officers who has been ranked corrupt. Then they give them rotational transfer from one region to another, so that they can further their bad behavior. It is an uncouth way of dealing with this system of corruption, and it is high time that people like Ogola, now that they have enrolled in this program, how we pray that they should come up and get this thing, and they go and communicate it back to their own people. It will be the better thing. Yes. Ogola, we want you here more than it. In fact, you should find time to always chip in every Friday. You can even ask for leave.
Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Tell
Yes,
him.
call your boss, because these are people. Up here, you are able to get what we call psychological support, so that you don't kill your Yes, you don't kill your spouse. Okay, right now people are getting abducted. Why? Police system is corrupt, and one of the things is that they are killing themselves because they are not given an opportunity to go and work in the right way. If you are not taking money to bribe your boss, you will not be in the police, you will not be in the roadblock. Utabaki tu kambini. Unaelewa? As others are taking huko hizo mambo na pesa ya corruption, we uko tu nyumbani ama uko kwa police station una man cell. Huh? Even as late as prisons, okay? As late as prison, people are still. Anyway, this is my last statement. We really need to push this government to vaccinate all people, not selective ones. All people.
Thank you.
Unless you have a special, you have a special case.
Can I respond?
We are not saying
Jay,
that
respond.
people, not everyone should be vaccinated.
I was also asked a question that I will need to respond to, please, after Sage. So allow me to respond. First is as to whether I would buy vaccines and help vaccinate Kenyans. so that to reduce the rate of infection? Yes, I would. Personally, I don't be surprised that I have not been vaccinated up to now. I haven't even gotten the first dose because I don't understand and I'm unable to follow how people are being vaccinated in this country, because we were told clearly that it would start with the frontline workers, then we have the vulnerable who are also the aged. Personally, I'm 31 years old and I was waiting for these people to get the vaccine and then I will follow. But that hasn't happened. The last time I heard about the vaccine, that there were some few doses and they were giving it to anybody, whether you are vulnerable or not. So we need to get the vaccine so that we get vaccinated, so that we open up the country, because we are not going to continue like this. We cannot continue locking down or imposing curfew on citizens while the situation is not improving. We have done this for the last, I think, 1.5 years, or if not 1 year. And it's really dawning on us to act, and on the government, because the government is failing in handling the COVID issue. They are
Rupia,
failing. Let me
Rupia,
finish.
I'm just adding something, not just even ini. COVID
It's okay.
started back March 2020, okay? Meaning now it is 1 year and 2 months, not 6 months. It has not hatujafika 1.5 year.
COVID started in Wuhan in December.
March,
December,
but in
before
Kenya, here
2020.
it was reported March 2020.
Yeah, it was reported, but we were already grappling with the pandemic, because we knew very well it would even come to Kenya. So we had started thinking about it, and we had started even when the first case was announced. I can remember that there were hue and cry all over, so that the government should close our borders, and the government should close the planes that were coming into the country from China, especially from China. I can remember that. So we started there, and we have actually, the government has not taken it seriously. What the government is after is to announce a third wave or a fourth wave. Then we see some loans. It's quite unfortunate that even after getting the loans and the donations that should help us to combat the pandemic, we are still not getting it right. And there is curfew. There are still curfew that are imposed, and the lockdowns. So will we continue having the lockdowns and the curfew, and the disease is here with us, and it is really having a very big effect on our people and our economy? We need to actually, the way Dr. Ria said, we need to come up and now talk about this thing, have a genuine discussion about the disease and how we should combat it. The easiest one is putting on the mask. Initially, I had a problem with the mask because I could not breathe well, and
your nose.
I could not breathe well. That is the major reason why people don't like masks. And the police officers or the police, the policemen, they will just arrest you, even if you are seated somewhere. Yeah, there should be a reasoning in this thing. I don't see a reason. Why should you arrest somebody who is seated somewhere alone and is keeping all the distances? There is nobody around him. He's not putting on. He has just lowered his mask a little bit. Even if the law says that he should wear it in public, but he should wear it responsibly. You cannot be alone somewhere in the field and then you put it halfway, or you want to breathe well, and then the police comes there and tell you, no, you are not putting on your mask. I can arrest you. And after arresting you, what do? They put you they confiscate you in a Land Cruiser, and in that Land Cruiser There are other people who have been arrested and they don't even have mask inside there. So they even increase your chances of contracting the disease. So it is quite unfortunate that our government is doing nothing. What they are doing is to impose curfew on us. For how long will we continue asking for donations and taking loans? We need to believe in ourselves and work for our country and produce whatever we need to produce. So the issue of vaccine, I take it seriously. The last time I went to the hospital, it was not there. I don't know whether it has come because there was some announcements which were made. But if I get the chance, I'll get vaccinated. If I get the chance, I'll buy the vaccine and take it to to my people and to the vulnerable to help reduce this disease in this country. That is my contribution.
Now, Rupia.
Yeah.
Rupia. Hello.
I'm getting you.
Now, to me, I think having fourth wave, sixth wave, nini, haina shida, but this is where I have the problem.
Whenever
Like,
they announce the fourth wave, they are going for a loan. You see?
If you no, you allow me a present. If they are able to get money in terms of donation grants, if they are able to use that money the right way, I'll appreciate. But now, when they announce this thing and impose na curfew, zoning, and now they get the money, they use them in their own way, I have a problem with that. Look, even these vaccine manufacturing countries, okay? There's what we call politics of medicine, politics of medicine. Like right now, I think it is UK or US that for you to travel to that country, you have to have what? The COVID certificate, right?
Yeah.
Meaning, then again, you are supposed to take. Meaning, if you have COVID and it has been confirmed that if you can get some treatment and then you can also get vaccination. So what these people want that we take the vaccination, which I don't have a problem with that. Look at even now. Why can't even they allow other countries that now that they have gotten that the vaccine? Why can't they allow other countries to manufacture it if they are able? So you see, the whole thing is about protecting every country I know. In political science, you are told that every country is protecting the national interest. If at all they have a company that is manufacturing vaccines, they have to protect that company because the tax, they will get tax out there. People will be employed there. It is also another political part because when you have tax from these various companies, you are able to have enough funds to run the government. So the whole idea is that as other countries are manufacturing drugs, we can also have a better way of now funding such kind of initiative to make sure that we vaccinate our people. But here comes a case where now after making people to suffer through lockdown, then you still steal from them. Just imagine one company getting 4 billion. 4 billion is a budget that can run your Europe in 6 months.
Saj, there's something I heard from the village that this COVID vaccine, this COVID is only ravaging the rich because at some point it had brought down a professor and it was bringing down doctors, but the people in the village they are very safe there. I've heard this narrative, and is with us that this thing is just going for the rich in this country.
Rupia, you must be worried when such kind of things happening. Remember, these rich people, they hold a very key role in the society. They are mentors. They are people who depends on them. They have knowledge that can be used to improve this country. So we cannot celebrate that this thing is going. Every individual in the society has a role to play. Okay, those rich people, they have.
What I'm trying to connect is that the corruption that we borrow money and it's used badly and wrongly. So these people down here are celebrating, even if they use it wrongly. It's them that the disease is killing, not us.
But now let me ask you, Rupia.
Yes.
Rupia, from your bank, who are your clients? Are they the poor? The rich? So
I don't
long as
own
this
any
rich
bank.
no bar, you have a restaurant. You are saying you run some restaurant.
Oh, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying that these people, yeah, they are rich, they are able to, in fact, their money is what circulates around, and we are able to have some small business. You cannot open a business where there are no people who are running monthly salary, who are having what we call steady source of income. You will never have. These are the people funding these agricultural sectors. Then they're also bringing studies and making. So when a professor dies, get to know there are people who are suffering, even in that family or in that village.
Anyway, what is happening? These people are not genuine in what their claim, but it's like they are satirizing the whole process. They are not happy about what is happening, and they are annoyed actually about what is happening. So it's like they are poking fun on what is going on, that we borrow money and that money is supposed to be used for maybe for buying face mask, but we cannot see it is eaten by the politicians. So the situation is still the same. It is bad, and we should just face it the way it is and improve.
Nowadays, are they still doing contract tracing for those who are in the health department?
No. Even if you are diagnosed with the COVID today, you will go home. There's some critical cases that are handling, but when you go home and you are under home-based care, nobody calls you, nobody follows up. You are just there, and nobody cares.
Jane, how's the situation there? Maybe if you are told in an estate where you stay, there's someone who is COVID positive, what do they do?
Jane, unmute.
Oh, sorry. We don't do contact tracing anymore.
And we expect these things to end.
The thing is, here,
Yes.
like even me, you see, I told you I've already had my jabs, yeah? But we do testing every week. So what they're doing is more testing. So you get tested every week.
They are
And
able
like
to
me,
do.
I did my testing on when it's Friday, yeah? Friday is yesterday, and I've got my results already today.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what they do. Instead of contact tracing, they are doing testing.
Ogola. Is Ogola around? Because
Yeah,
Yes,
he's
I
on
know
mute.
Ogola.
Yes.
Are you guys? I hope I'm not wrong. Are you guys still manning roadblocks?
Roadblocks to where?
You know, there are these people, they're like the drivers, these essential service providers.
Yes.
See, they are allowed to move, yes?
Yes.
Are they still required to produce their COVID Mambona test easy quite roadblocks? Because that's another way of maybe knowing that these people are not dangerous too.
Sure. They
But
must
you
provide them.
And are you able to verify that these things are really real? Because
Of
you know
course.
Kenya is full of drama.
Of course. You know, with that verification.
Yes.
Or clearing. Let me put it this way: clearing certificate, COVID.
Yes.
It must be approved by the MOH. So it must have got a rubber stamp. Yes. So if you come out with yours, maybe aina logo, but maybe ikona ka rubber stamp.
Yes.
Confirming that it is from MOH.
Yes.
Then it is just a valid document for you to travel.
Now, okay. for these people who are because last time I had I think the CS that for you to travel you just need a burial permit from maybe if you are a relative or something, you have an urgent issue to attend to, and maybe you want to cross this border or you have to travel past curfew hours, you're supposed to produce such kind of document. Because the thing is, as long as we are doing Mambona zoning, the thing is we are supposed to, from high risk areas, we are supposed to minimize the spread of the COVID. Yes.
Yes.
Now, if these people are they also required to produce their COVID certificate clearance?
Yes.
So you checked in the roads. You check on COVID clearance and also the reason for traveling.
Yes.
But are there situations where, apart from that, there are other interventions that you can produce, maybe money, or maybe you can bankroll someone?
No.
Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest, because maybe from where you are sitting, but have you heard of such stories where people are not apart
that
from?
One I don't know. That one I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Now, what's your response in terms of corruption now?
Ogola. Saj.
Yes.
I have a response.
Okay.
Lately, Ogola, can you unmute? Yeah, thank you. Lately, the police officers are, when the curfew was announced, we saw that some bars could open past curfew time, and people could feel that those places with no social distancing, and it was past curfew, so no law was followed during that time. But since the third wave was here with us, the police are very serious. Right now, where I am, all the bars are closed, and the police are on all the roadblocks, and they are also patrolling. So I think this time around, the police officers have gotten it right, because they are actually enforcing the correct thing. They are not taking any money from you, and they are just arresting you and taking you to the cell. Like today is Saturday. There are some people who have been, yeah?
Rupia, where are you right now? You are in Kisumu, right?
I'm in Kisumu, yeah.
You are in Europe, huh?
I'm in Europe.
Yeah, Europe is big. That's a city, the second largest city. Now, the third largest city. Are you sure that if maybe someone is in a Molem, this side of Kisumu, and the other one is on Otongolo there, will you be how will you know that the bar in Otongolo is not operational?
My friend, we know the bars that used to operate be past curfew. And I'm also a victim. I used to go to those.
Okay.
And right now, I've gone to them, and all of them are closed. Not right now. I went to them. They closed before Satatu.
Yes.
And you know, mimi nakunywa, si ati sikunywi, mimi nakunywa. So, and I also like raving. And I also do club hopping. So there's a time I went all around the town, and I could not find any bar open. And I said, these people are not serious. Let me also start going home early. And I do that.
I want to draw this to your attention. Currently, I'm in Mombasa, Nyali.
Yeah.
And the thing is, kuna curfew. Curfew in all but the bars should be closed by 9. Okay. But what they do is that actually there's what we call regional commanders. Inaitwa county commissioners. Kama Natembea. Natembea is a regional commissioner. County commissioner. Huh? Hello. You get my point? Sasa You get that these people are colluding with the bartenders, and they drink a lot. There's a time I was following up, and we wanted to air this thing so that it can go roll. So you get that the people who are inside, the bars are closed, but inside people are drinking and doing all sorts of things. Okay, but they collude with this police officer, this boss, big people. So we'll take them nowhere. Hello.
Everyone
Hello.
is gone. Everyone is gone, Sage.
Oh.
There's
Anyway.
Randall. Who's Randall?
It's me.
Oh, Randall, you're there. Say something.
I've been keeping up on listening to this. It's like a station, and so the topics. Actually, I'm more intrigued than I can say more into questions than contributing anything. In fact, because I'm not actually in Kenya and not much that I know about Kenya, but I did speak last time on this channel.
Okay, where are you?
So, I'm in UK.
Oh, where in UK?
I'm in South London, around Brixton.
Oh, South London. Okay. I'm in UK too.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
also
Yeah, Jane. Yeah, I know
I'm
Jane.
also
And
in
I think
Wales.
you
Where
stay
in Wales?
Mombasa. You stay Mombasa,
Wales,
man.
Nyali.
Serge,
Where?
Serge, if you want to change from Mombasa to here, it will be okay with me. I want to come and live in
Sage,
Mombasa.
is it called Wales?
Wales, I'm in Wales, Monyali.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
So I
Mamba
just been
village.
listening.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just been listening.
How
So about the
how
COVID, and you're talking about it.
uh,
And you're talking about, listen to what Uhuru said today, Mheshimiwa, and he was like, because I felt the strain, because I'm like, I got family there, I got friends there, and when I was there for about 2
Definitely.
years, it was hard when they looked it down to 8 o'clock. So I was like, I was feeling it for the people, the late hours who make a bit of living, like making 200-300 shillings or four, on the sides. So yeah, so when the lockdown went up, it was a bit terrible. But now here it's back to 10 o'clock, which is really good. So people can get a little something at the end of the day to take home with them. Yeah, back to school, that's good. Lockdown, economy, those go together. So if the lockdown is there, then there's a problem with the economy, because then the economy now won't run so much, so there's not much money. People are struggling, they'll be more in debt, they'll be, they'll be more stressful in a family household, and the lockdown is strenuous. With a bit of more breathing space now, people can get back and get a bit of earning. With all that said, we also got the COVID-19, so we got the issue as well. So we heard that in Mombasa, there's about 90%, I think, decrease with the corona, and also Nairobi as well, and parts of Kiambu, which is a good thing. So the lockdown did help in kind of restricting circulation of the disease itself, and giving bringing the risk of life more, more manageable, because we didn't know before. Now, again, as Jane said there, Jane says, it's individuals. We have to contribute as individuals. So for yourself, you got to understand, you got the three things, which is mask, distance, wash your hands. So
Yeah.
these are basic things we can do, and you can start from home. When you go out, when you come in, you treat the person the way you want to be treated yourself, which we do over here as well. So as Uhuru said, if people do practice these things as the law says, it'll keep the risk of the diseases and the illnesses and deaths higher and bring the risk more down. So if people act individually in Kenya by practicing these things, then he doesn't have to get more strenuous onto it. Again, I heard last time is that BBI, politics and elections, not so much of a priority at the moment, but it is coming up. But we have to look at life first. So that's something that the politics have to look into first, at saving lives, looking at life and looking at how to control the situation. So yeah, yeah, it's good points that I've been hearing from people saying, and if this is practice, then hopefully you won't find them people in a lockdown, because lockdown economy not a good combination. People to practice and to give it more space and time, then the economy could grow and people could get more you know they can afford a life of living for how they manage to do until 10 o'clock. By 11 o'clock, everybody's at home and just yeah. So it's good news for Kenya. Hello.
Yes,
Yeah.
Randall.
Yeah,
I think I
that's
think
what I
it's
just
just
want to point
because
out.
Kenyans like partying too much. You understand? That's why they're offended about this night thing. Indio said.
No,
Mm.
we love each other. We don't love partying, so we always get along.
They like being in the pub. They like partying. Blah blah. They party too much every weekend. Every weekend. Yeah.
No,
Kenyan.
they're very passionate Kenyans.
So Kenyans and German, which one? Which, because I know in German, alcohol or this thing is a staple food. How do you say Kenya party a
No.
lot?
In fact, you see, even the Britons, they drink a lot. They love their drink, but
yeah.
they'll still follow the rules. But Kenyans don't want to follow the rules. You understand? When the pub is supposed to be closed, they're still hiding in there drinking.
Do you know why?
Mm.
There's what we call wealth divide. In Germany, people are able to afford their own stuff. But
Oh,
in
definitely.
Kenya,
Even here you
majority
can, yeah.
we have to contribute, and beer is expensive, so we have to contribute. Sometimes you are invited, so it is a rare occasion, so you have to sign up.
Yeah, I mean, the culture is different. There's a lot of difference in cultures from
Very
here to there.
different. Yeah, very
The law,
different.
So,
even in
so
Kenya, they are.
let me give you an example. I went to Kenya in 2017, first time, and my shock, I mean, like shock. Like, do you know when you go somewhere and you shock or something? It's really simple when I look at it now. I walk down the street and everybody's saying hello to me.
Yeah.
Which is a
And
good
they
thing.
know. You know what,
It's,
Rondo? I
to
don't
you,
know
to you,
how
it's
they
weird.
know. If you are not, if you've
It's
come from
weird.
here, they will
Yeah.
know whether you. I don't know how, but they will know. Everyone will be looking at you. You understand?
It's a form.
And then you go
It's a
out
form of
with them.
respect.
Nobody want
Yeah.
to chip in. You are the one who is going to be everything. Buy everything from them.
No, that was it. That wasn't that part. I wouldn't say so much, but my experience is that I went to parts and I see children saying to me, I had to learn some of the languages I didn't know before. And it's like shikamo, marahaba,
Oh,
shikamo, marahaba. Then habari yako mzuri sana. And old people, young people, they get on. In England, you don't find that. If you say hello to something, you're
yeah,
strange.
that's it.
You know, you just, yo, what do I know you? You know,
So you
Exactly.
see,
They don't know you.
people don't know you, but it's just
you
that
see,
it's a form of respect. So when you're talking about people being together in Kenya, I can understand. Kenya are passionate, they express it and they express it physically, mentally, emotionally, and even in words. But here, people stay a distance and they keep the distance and they just
People keep.
speak, you know.
Oh my God! You
Yeah,
live here
in
and
a
you
respectful
don't
way,
even speak to your
before
next
and
door
after.
neighbor.
you
Yeah,
see,
even your
Randall.
neighbor, you can live someone not knowing someone for years, you know, and they
Your
live in your
neighbor
neighborhood.
moved out long time. You don't even realize. You just see
No,
somebody new.
yeah, but
You
Kenya,
see,
you know everybody, and even people you don't need to know, but people just, it was just nice like that. I was just like, you know what, you
It's
know, it
nice.
was very so. Yeah, when the lockdown came down, you know, people couldn't change like just like that. They just when someone is old habits are old habits.
Yeah.
And the same thing for England is or any other country, they're given some new laws. It takes a while for them to adjust and to understand. So the first time, the second time, the third time, you know, they got to understand the cues, the lines, and you know, being on time. So here it was the same thing. People are getting caught out late. So it took a bit of while before people thought this is
Because
serious now. Yeah, so we have to keep distance. If you go drinking, you keep your distance, I keep my distance. Or if you go to a couple of hotels, people love going hotels. That's where the politics is. You find the
But you know,
wazers
here people
there,
are
the
very
young
cautious
guys.
with the distance thing. Yeah, the distance thing. People are very cautious. People really keep their
Even in
distance.
Kenya,
You know?
even in Kenya, they open up hotels in the back, as Uhuru was saying, open up the backyards. I was living in Githega. Actually, I had a car wash in Githega,
Oh,
and
get
that's
there.
not a big
Okay.
town. Githega, so and Githunguri, and I mean it's populated and it's like it's not like Nairobi as such. But when I was living there, I could go to the hotel and every before people could sit like 5 people to 6 people on one table, but now they're sitting like 2 or 3. They open the back and they put some stools on the back and some places on the back where it's open, and they let people sit there with different distances. So people still came out and still spoke and still spent time together and kept the distances, even at the shop. And wearing the mask, that's one thing was a bit hard for them. And washing of hands, sanitizers was everywhere. And that's in Githega. Sanitizers, you walk in a hotel, when you walk in and you walk out, you can sanitize your hands and wash your hands. You're not even shaking hands, kind of a touch. And you just talk with a distance. So they did get into that practice. So I don't know how far it's come to now. But the
I
thing
think they
is,
have relaxed that now. In its age,
Sorry?
they have relaxed now. They are not sanitizing as they used to be. There's no sanitizers everywhere like before.
Here in Wales, things are, I think, are just normal.
They're relaxed.
Yeah, but the other parts of Europe, I've never gone there. You see, they are locked down, so I can't really talk here about what I have not confirmed. I don't want to speculate, but then
what
I
about
think
Wales?
Sorry,
You're talking
I
about
mean,
Wales.
What about
I
Wales,
mean,
where you are?
Wales things are normal. This is a class community. Yes, there are even whites here. So I think, okay, in most cases, you'll get that they're doing that. They're even having thermogans with them. Actually, it is an embarrassment. Okay, right now, what I know, in any public market, any public place, it is very difficult to get someone without a mask. The only thing that maybe he has not, that person, he or she has not put it rightly, but we will always have it. Or maybe you will find it is somehow it is dirty, but not all people. There are people who are just well mannered. They do the right thing, but not so many people are doing that.
It's very important to have your mask on, and people should cover their noses anyway.
But you see,
Even
some of these
that bit
masks,
is important too.
some of these masks, some of Kenyans are fat. So you see, and some of these things are not extra large to accommodate their
Their whole
parties.
face.
So they get suffocated at most sometimes. So they don't put it on much of the time.
Even
Most of
us,
the
when
time.
we started with the mask, it was very hard. Believe me, it wasn't easy. But once you get used to it, because at work now, whether we are vaccinated or not, we still have to keep our masks on.
But you see, like the Swahilis, eh? The Swahilis, they have these things that they put in their face. In fact, most of them, they don't even have mask, so they use it as a mask. I don't know whether the same thing is in the UK or in Southern. The same thing.
Yeah.
They don't have mask. They only have their traditional
Most
clothes.
of them, like you're talking about these women who cover themselves with scarves, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Most of them do that. They just use the scarf and cover themselves.
Okay. That's a nice thing.
So long as you've covered your nose and mouth, they don't have a problem.
But then you see, you can cover your mouth and you are vulnerable, and maybe you've touched it with your hand. This virus, it is said that it has so many ways of surviving. Yeah. So by the end of the day, I think it's about hygiene management, the general hygiene, which putting on masks, social distance is some of them. But it's the whole thing. Like I think they started. There are even streets where doing fumigation. I don't know whether it is still a common practice in UK, but I have not seen it here in Wales.
No, I don't know. I haven't seen. Rando, have you seen that?
Wearing of masks.
No, no,
No,
no.
wearing of mask people wear anyway.
Yeah.
Fumigation, like easy about
Fumigation.
yes, disinfect, spraying.
I haven't come across it, to be honest.
I haven't come
No, but it's
across it.
Like
just
you see, like easy
it's just
stairs.
people getting vaccinated. So your GP, which I know is different from Kenya and
Like
Wales.
you
I don't
see,
know.
China was even spraying the street, and they were able to do a lot of management. They were spraying even streets, markets, doorknobs, gates, stairs. You see,
Yeah,
yeah.
but that's the thing is about what can the government do? The question is what can you do? To me, when I look at that, as I said, Jane before said that it's individual, it's yourself. So if you're driving a car and you're driving down the road, it's not about how good you are as a driver. You got to question other people who are driving. How good are or bad are they? So you got to put yourself first and think it's for your own safety. Again, it's for your own and also for others. So be considerable. Give someone his space, and wear a mask when in public places. And
Let me ask you,
you'll be
Randall.
playing your part, and the government would do the same as spraying, as you're saying, Serge. So, and giving you, stuff to put on your hands and supporting you. But at the same time, what can you do, Serge, yourself?
Randall,
Mm.
Randall. Let me ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Here in Kenya, even the hospital, the space is not even able to accommodate social distancing. And there's so many people who want to seek medical services. The beds are very few. Then even then, I had a friend who was in US, and he was telling me that there are conditions for if you have a given household unit, there are the types of housing units that you are not supposed to be in. You are not supposed to be renting or maybe staying in. But here in Kenya, you get like someone has a single room, and that the smallest single room you can think of, and there are five of them. How will you keep social distancing? Sometimes it is not practical.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So that's why you see like Mambona, they're what we call hotspot areas that you just have to the train, okay? The train, public service vehicles, okay? The Kenyan government had these things of what you're saying. They had these things of the transport protocols that were to be followed. That these public service vehicles, because the time they are operational, they used to be fumigated because people are touching the. Even if what you will touch a vehicle, because some of these vehicles we bought them and they are already running. You see Kenya and the mines. So
Yeah,
fumigation,
you
yeah,
have.
as far as we are talking about buying a mask, putting it on, and then you are along the way you can be able to, if the government is not doing their part as well, then you are most likely to risk.
Well, I don't know about there in Kenya or in Wales, but so it's just that
But in UK,
in some other countries, they
in
took people who are homeless or people who live in certain places who are, who have got nowhere to stay. They give them hotels and they pay for their hotels and a place to stay there until they are being,
Just to keep them safe,
yeah, to get given vaccine as well, keep them safe, keep them distancing as well. So they had that. So the question is, if you look at Kenya now, I don't think Kenya's going to provide that. Just like Nancy, I believe, said last time. People are
No.
going to be told to be at home and there'll be a lockdown and they're going to be at home at 7. And we know these people make a good living after 7, from people coming home at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock. They go shopping. By 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, everybody's starting to lock down the market and their side roads. By 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, everybody's at home. By 11 o'clock, everyone's at sleep. There's nobody outside whatsoever, only those few that are traveling around. So if the government is going to lock down, they have to come with a plan of how we're going to do this and still keep the people economically, you know, having their living allowance. You know, that's what you're gonna call it at the end of the day, because you buy milk, sugar, tea bags, you're left with 50 bob, you go home, family's eating, got some bread or something. It's good, and you got some change for tomorrow for transport. So you have nothing even to save. So this is the people you're talking about. This is the economy we're looking at. This is what makes the money circulate. And these people is that they didn't put a place where we can say, okay, for everybody with a they done a they done a I forgot what they call it. Like when they went to everyone's houses and registered everybody, and there was about 50 million people registered in the whole of Kenya. So you got 50 million people. So when it comes to the economy, he's asking, is going to be a lockdown? People need some kind of living allowance. What kind of living allowance do they need? So they get like 5,000 every single month, or get 1,000 every single week. So at least they have a living allowance and can stay at home from 7 o'clock until the next day and have something to live on at that day. If they go work or don't go to work, they have something to live on for the meantime. For this government, what they did. So for those people who are cramped in buildings, for those people who are homeless, which we know they are, and those people that live together, it's a whole different story now. That's where now the government have to step in. But as those individuals live together, they have to also comply, you know, to taking their life and not putting it at risk and not putting their partners at risk, or those people that live around them. If it's your grandmother, if it's your grandfather, if it's your children or your brother's children in this whole building you're living in, everybody got to act, you know, accordingly when they go out and when they come in, and make sure they're all set, they're healthy. But if it's too crowded, then the government, that's where they're going to step in, and that's where housing comes in. But then Kenya's not in that position, only Kenya alone, or mostly I'll say most of Africa and Gulf countries. So that's how I can only say on that point.
Okay, thank you. There's a long,
Stay individual. Stay individual.
there's a long message from someone in the comment section. I don't know the name, but it is it's talking about Donald Trump. Is the Antichrist who led the Christian cattle to slaughter. He stands on an issue of abortion, drawing Christians, yet they turn a blind eye to the Mexican people being persecuted. I suggest you become an app of Jesus. Do not use Jesus' name to condone your outrageous behavior. Jesus ashamed of you. Hang your heads in shame. Jesus says, make a stand against Trump, or you will fall. The only way to freedom is through Jesus. Okay? I don't
Do you
know.
think that one is meant for us?
I'm seeing it in the comment here, so that's why sometimes we need to keep when you acknowledge the input, because this person has
I
taken time to
know.
write. Sometimes it is good you listen to these things. Maybe he has a point, yeah. But then it was just I
Ismail
saw
is
it.
there.
Okay. There's also Ismail. Or is dreaming that is in this book.
Ismail.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not dreaming. I was just hanging out.
Yeah. We were
Hi
giving you
guys.
some. Hi.
You are? I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
How is
Fine,
everybody?
thank you. Fine, thank you.
Oh, good to hear that. So I'm here, huh?
I'm just watching. I'm just watching the news now. India, the way people are, are crying for their loved ones.
What has happened?
They are
With
looking
the
for
COVID,
firewood.
the way they are in the COVID, the hospital.
Jane, where you are, and you will bear with me that everywhere things are not good. But why I already muted my camera. I'm not seeing anybody.
This night, where are you? You want to see us?
You want us to come?
Hey, where are you people? We always yes, it's like that. Who is this guy? Radala and the Fege, come on, man.
Rando.
The issue of COVID is everywhere.
Our kids are sleeping, so we don't want to interfere with the light.
No issue, no issue. So that is not a big deal. Okay. So now that they have
And why
opened up
is
the
Rando
country,
not
so what
coming?
I think people should be. Yeah.
No, I'm saying Rando. Why is he not
Oh.
sitting on the camera? Rando.
Oh, me.
Then put on your nini. Ismail,
Look
put on your top.
Ismail want to
So
sleep.
it looks like he's going to sleep. That's what I'm looking at. I'm thinking, okay. I just caught the conversation on COVID-19, so I just I wanted to hear some more. I don't know.
So put on your camera.
You will excuse me today, Ismail. I have a kid who is very stubborn.
No problem, no problem. Let me hope also Rando also has same scenario.
Yeah. Tomorrow I'll do that.
I'll bear with everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
No problem. So the issue of corona, it is concerned, it is that now they have opened, so it is upon each and every person to take care of it. Now no more beating, no more thicker or the drama scenario. So people should take care of themselves because if they don't, the nature will. The nature will, because if we have been told wear mask in a proper way, not the way I see some people wearing masks. People should just wear mask properly, knowing that some places people are dying because of COVID, and we are seeing
They
like
should
India,
cover their
things which
noses.
are yes, people you see the way they are putting on their mask, it is not pleasing, you know. So let us hope that since they have opened the country, people will adhere to the protocol which has been put in place. If they say this number of people should be in charge, let those people be the same number in charge. Let us not exceed the number which has been put there by Minister of Health. You know. That's what I can say.
Okay. Where are you right now?
Hey, you see, you are new now.
No,
Because everybody
you are
know
more.
I'm at Casa.
Sorry?
He's in Saudi.
Oh.
Unless he traveled last night.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
No, I'm still there. No, I'm still there.
Because he started by saying he's not sleeping, but here in Wales it is almost 1 a.m.
Today,
1 o'clock.
yes, today I'm off, so I was just hanging around a little bit.
Okay.
Yep. But everything is okay.
We have Randall from UK.
That good.
Yes.
Pleasure to meet him also.
Yes. And he's telling us that they are taking their personal responsibility, which is a good thing. Then
Yes,
we
you
asked.
don't need to be
Yeah,
followed.
but if you do
just
say
do what is right.
Then we had a police officer who was here, but he left.
We really needed him to be here.
We encourage them. I think Mtembe should reach them so that at least we engage them here. It will be very good.
He's a youngest friend.
Okay. That's what we call community policing.
Yeah, everybody should be on the board so that when we are talking, we know which part of situation are we dealing with. Because if in case we could have these politicians, some MCA on the panel, it will be more exciting because we'll be dealing with the issue the way it should be sorted out there in the community. But mostly things we are dealing with the things from community.
Now
we are talking about the community.
Now I'm worried, because you see the trend here in Kenya is that there are so many deaths, and now that we've extended the curfew hours, I suspect we'll be having more deaths, murder cases.
Yeah, but as far I'm concern. If they don't open, Kenya will say, "Oh, now economy is going very poorly. People don't have something to put on table." So now they have opened. So it is upon each and individual to behave.
To take
If you
precaution.
misbehave, the nature will take care of you. Yeah, if you misbehave, nature is there; it will take care of you. Because if it happened that someone gets COVID, now there's no bed. If you hear the situation in a hospital, nobody would like to be in a hospital. But if people behave, you don't even want to be there. But if people misbehave, the nature will take care of them. Because when you get COVID, you cannot get oxygen. You cannot. If you get people who are gone through this COVID, if you see the way they are narrating the issue, you cannot even wish you come across somebody who is
It's not something you can wish to your worst enemy.
Yeah, because even your worst enemy, you cannot wish him to get COVID. You will like him to hang around so that you see how you prosper. So people should take care of themselves before nature do. Hi, Jen. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Smile. Hi, Jane.
Hi, you're right.
Yeah, hi, Sage.
Unmute.
Gone.
No, he's mute.
Amelala.
Hi. I'm a mute.
Yeah. We don't sleep in well.
Poleni, I was in the background listening. I was at work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I work
You
part-time
finish
in the
late?
evening, 6 to 10. Huh?
Oh, you are okay. Late shift. Okay.
Yeah, 6 to 10.
You are working and some of us don't have jobs. You
I
people
know,
need
my
to be
brother.
human
I
enough.
feel for you guys.
Randall, we are jobless and you guys are working at as late as this.
Us here, we work until sometimes you refuse to work. You refuse
Are
some
you
shifts.
serious? How do you know that, Sage?
See, Nancy is saying she's just from work.
Acha nikwambie,
I'm saying,
Sage.
how do you know about me? I'm working. I'm not working.
Sage, let me tell you.
Yeah, this platform is only for discussion. It's also for networking. So at least people are working and maybe they know you can link up, right?
No, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen it from the
Because
start.
we need internet, and if you are able to get some jobs, and you will be able to provide and enjoy the conversation. So I'm not out of order. I'm just within the precepts of the rules that we need to take care of our.
Nobody says you are.
Now, people are just say on my personal level. On my personal level, I like just to keep it confidential for a bit, not to lay all the cards on the table. But to be fact, I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate Saj. But yeah, I like the networking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk
Hey,
to us, Nancy.
I can see Angel. Angel.
Yes, Jen.
Why is your
You should be sleeping.
Wah, kama hauna pesa huwezi pata uzingizi, inabidi ushinde tu online.
Pole dadangu, pole. Lakini uko na pesa ya data.
Hii data ni wifi ya mtu, sometimes huwa ananipea password, kwa zingine ananinyima.
Shukuru Mungu
my
lakini.
sister. Pesa ya password haiwezi kosa, Angel. Si tulikwambia wakati umefika chini unasema mimi ndugu zangu nimefika chini.
Unainua mkono.
Unainua mkono, sawa, haiwezi kosa.
Tunaweza kukurushia 10 pounds hivi.
Sawa, asante, nimesikia.
Unajua Angel, wewe ni sister yetu.
Ayanga na kuanga na details zake za M-Pesa. Nilinunuanga maziwa. Mimi na Nancy tulimnunulia maziwa ya mtoto.
Haikuwa later. Lakini hapa inafanya.
I have a question. I have a question, you guys.
It's a lot of mics on. Oops.
Can I request we mute if you're not talking, and then we listen to Angel? We all mute, please.
Now that Uhuru has opened the lockdowns, the curfews has been moved to another hours. Sa mi swali yangu ni kuna mtu alifungiwa kazi, so na leo ndo ikumefunguliwa. On Monday mtoto anafaa aende shule. Surely kama amefungua, lakini kuna vitu hazitawezekana. I don't know if wakati wa exams zilitoka, kama ulisoma hiyo gazeti ya hiyo siku, kulikuwa na around I don't know, it was 12,000 candidates wa KCPE hawakufanya exam. So najiuliza, as much as amefungua, kuna mtoto anasoma, anafaa afanyiwe shopping, anafaa apewe transport, na kazi ilisimamishwa na kazi yenyewe iko chini. How will that person make watoto wake kwenda shule?
You know the problem, because the government does not think in terms of helping people. So I think the government expect people to rally around their families and families to support one another, because I don't think there is any crisis loans or anything like that they're offering. Because when I listened to Uhuru today, I never heard him saying that. In fact, I wanted to hear him to say the billions that were given by IMF will go to some people who have had businesses closed, people who work in hotels. But I was very surprised. There was nothing to cushion Mwananchi. So Angela, unless anybody else has anything to suggest, I think people have to turn to their families, because like I can tell you, since the lockdown, I think I receive a call every day of someone saying, I can't feed my kids, my own family. So I can imagine that's what your family and somebody else's family is going through. Like my family, I've never known them to be this desperate. Even some people who had their own really well-paid jobs. And things are really tough, Angela. And I always say that if we can help, we can be of any help. And we talked a few months ago and we said, are we just a group that meets and talks and chats, or we can also be a welfare group to support really genuine cases? But people didn't seem to take that through. So I would suppose for now, people will have to turn to families, because Kenya government is not interested, I suppose. Anyone can come in?
Yeah, I would just say, like Nancy, I don't think the Kenyan government is really interested with its people. Even when Uhuru was talking, you know, he doesn't think about the people at all. He didn't say anything. I was expecting him at least to say, even these people who have gone back to their businesses, they have nothing. If you had a business and then it fell, what are you gonna do? You need at least some support system, something small to boost you to start your business again. But he didn't say anything like that, you know? He doesn't care. Just opening schools, yes. You take your child. How are you going to take your child to school and you don't have money? That's what I was telling people. We need to start thinking differently, because the government is not on our side. Nobody in the government, nobody. As much as we are singing Uhuru, Ruto, Raila, nobody. Everyone is, Kenyans, we are alone. The government, nobody care, because by the end of the day, they still have their money in their pockets, and they're receiving their salaries. They're still receiving their salaries. But look at even the way people are suffering. No food. As Nancy said, we are a support system to so many people back home now. You understand? Everyone running to you say, oh, Jen, can I even have 1,000 for my kids to feed? And you can't turn them away. What can you do? My mom had some business going on, at least, which used to support her. And she has a lot of, you know, she's a landlady. There's nobody now who can raise the rent to pay her. You understand? Because that was her income, her monthly income. Now there's nobody who can pay the rent. And my mom is such a person that, you know, she has a good heart. She cannot kick them out. And she cannot, you know, in fact, she's the one who's helping some of the people who are living there to give them food. Because at least she's well off. So you see, it's really hard because the government doesn't care. Uhuru doesn't just, I don't think Uhuru knows what is going on in Kenya. He is the president, but I don't think he have a clue what is going on. He doesn't care. Uhuru was born in a silver plate. Uhuru has never gone to school without shoes. He grew up and they're driving him to school, pick him up from school. He doesn't know what being hungry is. Somebody who is has a company with milk and everything, and he doesn't even know a price of a liter or how much bread costs. You see, because even from the time he was growing up, ajui kukosa mkate ni nini. Si tulikosa zingine tunakosa mkate, madhe anatuambia kuleni ile ugali libaki jana mkule nao chai asubuhi. Si ndio? Kwa sababu saa zingine hana. Having been brought up by a single mother, so I know all these things. That's why we had to work hard and see we've done something for ourselves. But Uhuru ajui hiyo. Uhuru ajui kuwork hard ni nini. Everything was given to him. Hajawahi ambiwa hii hakuna. Kila kitu iko. Akisema nataka hii iko. It's available.
But you
Hajawahi
see
ambiwa.
also Jane, even I was thinking through, because we have a lot of people who come on this show. And what surprises me is that they do not see the correlation between poverty, BBI, and politics in Kenya. Eti wanaweza kaa hapa watuambie BBI should go ahead.
Can you imagine?
Well, they really are suffering. Instead of telling their MPs and their MCAs and everybody, we don't want the BBI until we can eat, until we can pay rent, until we can take our kids to school. They should actually come out in numbers, even hata kama ni kushika placard, peaceful demonstration against what's happening. But when I listen to the people on this show, wanasema BBI lazima iendelee.
BBI lazima ipite. Kuna mwingine kwa group leo kwa WhatsApp vile alisema, sijui ati hakuna mtu anafaa kuoppose baba. Baba akisema baba ndio number 1. Ati hata it was so disappointing, you know. We have as youth, in fact, youth wanafaa kustop hizo vitu za think about other people, because nobody's putting food on your table. You still have to work hard. You understand? It's just, I don't know.
Angela, can I talk, Jen?
Yes,
Hello.
you can, Ismail.
So the issue is, I don't see the first place where the Uhuru put curfew, because it was just immediately after Form 4 finishing the exam, kids are going back home, then they close the school. Now it's opening while the school are opening. So what does it make sense? Because you close where these parents were working, you close those places are now closed. There's a clip of video I saw the other day. Auctioneer came, took everything from that guy who was running a bar, and it was a bar and a hotel. So if one of the parents was working in that place, then the auctioneer came, took everything. Where is the parent going to get the salary, the money, the school fee? So you close when the school were closing, you open when the school are opening. So what are you trying to tell the parents? Why are they going to get the job? No jobs. Because when you close, some places which were already open, they were closed also. And even if they open, like from Monday, people start working, there will be not such kind of number of people who are working there. They will be not told to come back to job. So what are parents going to do? I think this curfew was just removed to enable agenda for BBI to generate among the MPs so that they can pass it easily. But it is not about, now Corona has come down, we open. If it is a matter of open, no need curfew. Because you cannot tell me Corona is running faster than, it is running fast during the night, but the day it is keeping calm. No. So I don't see why first place was we had a curfew and this lockdown. Now it is open while the school are opening. You don't need the country to be open while the school are opening. We needed the country to behave in the same manner it was before and after the school were closed. So now where are the parents going to get the school fee? the place where each and every person was working was totally closed, shut down totally, whether bar, hotel, those hotels were closed because they could not accommodate more people. Before they could not accommodate, those places could not accommodate more people. Now, what about now? Because before they could not accommodate people. The few which were open were again closed down because curfew 8 to 4. So I don't see, for me, I don't see the government is there for Mwananchi. The government is always there for themselves. Then for Mwananchi, angangane na hali yake. I don't see anything because parents sahii wanalia hawana pesa na hakuna pesa because hakuna job. Msa alikuwa kwa kazi ya hoteli wakafunga. Hoteli huwezi fungua tu hoteli kesho na Iran. Msa alikuwa kwa biashara za ku run bar pub. Hizo bar zote maskari. Juzi tu clip ukiangalia several videos from several groups. Utaona mapolisi wanaenda pale. Sasa polisi anaenda pale. I'm not against police but nasema polisi anaenda pale wanapiga mwenye bar wanachukua pombe. So walipiga ule mwenye bao akachukua pombe. Zile pombe alinunua hakupewa bure. Now that unamwambia sasa wamefungua inchi, by Monday aanze biashara. Ata employ watu wangapi? Ujue huyu msee mwenye Quran bar amerent, si mahali pake. Na hata kama ni mahali pake, hiyo pombe alikuwa amenunua, hakuwa amepewa bure na Keroche. So huko kwa Keroche company wanamdai, huku pombe zenyewe maskali walienda walishika kama evidence wakaenda nazo na uwezi zifuatilia. So it is just a matter of kucheza na akili za wa Kenya, but I don't see ati ukiniambia sasa watafunga tu tena, they will close it. Just ngoja tu Ramadhani ishe tena mwezi wa 6 wa 7 watafunga. So I don't see anything hapa. Hakuna mwananchi sisi we must be at a position of supporting each other, you know, to support each other. Lakini tukisema tio nchi imefunguliwa sasa, nothing. Kazi kwanza, jobs hakuna Kenya, and Jane and Nancy and everywhere will bear with me. No jobs in Kenya. Hizo job okay, sawa. Hata kama for example wewe ulikuwa umeajiriwa, mwajiri wako analipa rent, so unategemea mwajiri wako alipe rent penye mnafanya kazi na yeye akulipe na wewe ndio ulipe landlord. So what will you do? Yeye mwenyewe auctioneer amekuja kubeba kila kitu, bado na kazi? Hapana kazi. Ndio naona watu wengine sasa, mtu anasema acha niende niishi ushago. So for my point of view, first place there was no need, second place there was no need kuopen. Kama alikuwa funga angefunga tu hivyo, watu waendelee tu hivyo. Unajua watu waendelee tu, wajue tumefunga inchi, tutaendelea kibaridi tu. Lakini unatoa 8 to 10, alafu Wakenya wanafurahi ametoa 8 to 10. What need? Kuna watu wengine hata hiyo saa moja na wapata kwa nyumba. So tukiweka 10, ukiweka 10 alafu niambie bar ina okay, bar wafungue from Swema, kifungua asubuhi mpaka jioni. Raha ya bar ni watu waende kwa bar kunywa. Mimi sikunywi pombe, lakini raha ya bar ya watu waende wakae pale kwa bar kunywa pombe. Kwa unasema watu wasikae. So bar ita operate kama kiosk, you know? Mtu anakuwa anakuja anatoa pombe anaenda. Na hiyo bar si bar. Bar si bar kama si hakuna entertainment, hakuna muziki wa kuita watu, unajua. Because ni bar. Sasa hizo hakuna, rent na full ipo, utatoa wapi pesa? Na mnaniambia government, our president alisema sasa watu waende machachi nini wafunguliwe, because burden narudi tu kwa mzazi. You're still going back kwa mzazi ndo anafeel, wazazi wanafeel. Sasa shule zimefunguliwa, shule moja nataka mtoto mmoja anataka kama 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, hata 50,000 budget. Kwanza form 1 sasa hivi wakianza, the time wataenda shule budget yao inakuja juu. What will you do? Hauna, ulikuwa job, mama alikuwa job, baba alikuwa job, ama alikuwa na siblings zake walikuwa na support family. Jobs hakuna, jobs za hotel bar hakuna, matatu pia hakuna. Watu wanabeba watu 10 ama watu 5 kwa gari. So my point of view, Angela, there's nothing. Tumerudi tu pale penye last year watu walikuwa juu. Sasa hata wewe ukiwa na bar ama hoteli, Angela, sasa wamefungua, utasema saa wacha nifungue niuzauze. Alafu tena ulisikia wale walienda wakachukua barua zote, genuine letters, tena wakasema hapana, hizo hatutaki, tunataka tena muende mchukue zingine juu watu sasa wafati masharti. Sasa walifunga mara ya kwanza tu last year. Wale watu kwa industry ya hoteli na bar industry waliachana nazo juu waliona una spend more na irudi, because business you spend the more case, kama if in case you are going to spend more money inafaa ikuje more. So kwa ile more una spend unatoa profit. Lakini ukifungua bar umeweka pombe zako, mama tumia kama 1 point something million kuweka pombe, then at the end of the day unaambiwa kukata tu license na kuchukua kama milioni pia. Sasa ni hasara umeenda ama ni faida? So government is not with us.
Evo, do you want to come in? How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Nancy na kila mtu. Maoni yangu kuhusu lockdown ni, I mean, when the government introduced lockdown, I think wali introduce lockdown kwa sababu ya COVID numbers ilienda juu. Now, for them to relax lockdown, lazima kulikuwa maybe COVID imeenda chini ama they've done something else, like let's say a vaccination drive, which I don't think it's been going in Kenya anyway. So I don't understand why wame relax the lockdown now. My only take for that ni kuwa they're just about maybe kuanza tena na campaign zao. So the only way wanataka kuwa go around that law of kuwa kwa lockdown na kuna kuwa na mikutano is them introducing hiyo ku relax lockdown. Unaona? Because I don't understand why Uhuru ameamua tu ghafla kuwa ana relax lockdown. I don't think the COVID numbers imeenda chini anyway. As a matter of fact, the COVID statistics zilikuwa zinaenda juu, especially in Kenya and stuff like that. So mimi sielewi the motive behind it. Like I said again, just vile Ismail amesema, government ya Kenya is not government ya kuangalia maslahi ya maskini. Not even for a single moment. Maskini ameachwa kule chini ajipiganie mwenyewe, fight for themselves, everybody for themselves, and then God for us all. Matajiri au wanacheza in a different club, unaona, wako kwa hiyo first class. So it's so unfortunate. Time and time again wanasema until we get a proper leader ambaye atakuwa anajali maslahi ya mwananchi wa kawaida, nothing will ever change in Kenya. And siwezi kusema hapa nikukaa hapa nikasema niko na answer. I don't have an answer, but you know, time will tell, to be honest.
Anybody else who want to take part? Sage, Randall?
Thank you, Nancy. I just think Ishmael, no disrespect or anything like that. I hear where you're coming from. Alafu, like, I kind of make the difference between me and the government. Me and the government are two different bodies, two different entities. The government I elected to work on my behalf. The civil servants I pay tax to serve me and to protect me. In the court of law, any services that I pay taxes to, or I vote for, or I delegate, me and those that stand with me, that person only acts on behalf. That's what I'm saying. There's a part of me. Now, the other part of me is me. I'm the government. We are the government. They're not. They only act on our behalf. So for me, when I look at me, when I look at the way I approach things, when you're talking about the government, what Uhuru said, if it's here, if it's America, if it's in England, I try to see them as like, okay, you're elected, you're put in power, you're the mayor of London, you're the prime minister of London. You know, we have the Queen. You know, in Kenya, you have the president, Uhuru himself, then you have the vice president, and you have, the other members of party of the parliament. This is our bodies that are put together by the people. This body does not happen to come there like both. It just happened to be there. So in fact, when we're facing the government, we're not facing the government, we're facing us. So, okay, for me, I wasn't really happy about the lockdown, which I said before, because I felt for the people who was kind of getting living allowance, I would say. Living allowance is milk, sugar, tea bags, you got a roof on your head, you can feed your family.
So that's living allowance. You can live for the day, but you can't save and you can't really develop. So that's the people at the bottom. Then you got the people on top. You got everything and you're provided for, and you got other incomes coming in regardless. So you're kind of okay and you're protected. So you got two different groups of people here, but the people at the bottom is where I felt for more than anyone else. I'll be honest with you. So when he said he opened up, when I was talking to a lot of friends of mine in Kenya, they're like, "Yo, I'm a shida huko bwana, na mazito." Like, yo, nasemaje huko, what, naongea, na say, wacha nione vile naweza. Now, from my point of view, I might throw away £5, throw aside £5 and say, yo, help yourself with that. I'm not borrowing it to you. You don't have to pay it back or anything. You're my friend. So it's like, you know, if it's £10, I know what it means to them because I've been there. So for that 2 hours, 3 hours they've been told not to earn on is where the money comes in. And that's the economy. The economy is from 6 o'clock in the morning up until 9 o'clock. Everybody going to work. The machine runs from 9 o'clock up until about 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock. From 10 o'clock, from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock, people are usually at home. Now, the people that don't have those 9 to 5 hours jobs, those who don't work for government, who do not have businesses, who do not have some form of income, they get Monday to Friday or weekends, or they have a business that brings them income. For those people, it doesn't hurt them so much. But it's those people who are looking on those people that make money. A person works for you, makes you money, but they also make money. And they need that money as much as you want that money for yourself. So the people at the
Brandon,
bottom
can I
that
ask
come out,
you, can I
yeah,
ask you a question? You said that the government, your first sentence to me is what is intriguing. I want to understand
the
what you mean
government,
by the government is
the
us. The government did not put itself
yes,
there. So what are you
yes.
trying to drive at?
So we got this government right now, and we're coming to the next election in Kenya, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Now, looking at this government, okay, Uhuru has said what he said. Okay, we have our point of view. Everybody puts their point of view. So the next election to come, that we got to look at what we want for the betterment of Kenya and the future of Kenya. So we got two things at hand. We got COVID, which is number one issue. Then secondly, politics. That's the election and how we're going to vote the next leader who's going to lead us to the next level in betterment of Kenya itself and the government itself. But we are the ones to elect this person. Whatever happens in future, it's us to look out to ourselves. Did we get this person? Were we right to do this to get this person? So we're going to suffer for 4 years. If we elect this person, it's your fault. If you elect the right person, then Kenya has the right to stand up with pride and say, this is our president and he is the best. And we brought him here. And we want that to carry on. There's also this stuff about BBI, I don't know, there's other things that you're talking about, which is not politics, but it is corruption. And it's obviously corruption. But we're looking
But
at politics.
from where you sit, do you think Kenya, let's say for example, people go to the ballot and they say we want Nancy as president, for example, just for argument's sake. And let's say people believe into what I'm saying to them and they buy my ideology. Do you think even if they put the ballot for me, it will count? Do you have that faith?
No, the faith is in the people. And it's you for yourself to manifest that. Everybody's speaking about the government being corrupt, the government has been a letdown, the government has not done good. There's good and bad in everything. So to be honest, looking at this, it's like, okay, that person, what they say, they stand for. You talk the talk, and you walk the walk. You do what you preach. So that's what makes people know that not only they're voting you, they know what's going to outcome with you, what you're going to do. And when you do it, they're ready to go to the next platform and move forward with you. So the people who are with BBI and the people who are not with BBI, there's a reason that there is democracy. So everybody have their point of view to challenge it because it is the government. The government is the people. They have the right to challenge it. And once they find the right person that stands for that BBI and the government how is going to be elected, is how people are going to see this individual. Looking at Facebook, there's tribalism going on there. I don't want to get into that. that is a whole different story. That I don't even want to go into that. But the fact is, Uhuru today, I was like, yeah, okay, people can work until 10 o'clock. I was like, yes, for the people who are struggling, that get a penny or two and don't know if they're gonna have money today or tomorrow or the
But
next
it's
day.
okay to work,
They 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 they're not gonna go 2 hours. They got 3 hours at least to go home with something. At
but they're
least.
gonna go home with something and die of COVID. Is that the right balance?
No, now that's the second thing I said earlier. I said people have to practice, which is the 3 steps. As Jane said earlier before, which I pointed out before, it's about individuals. As here, you start with yourself. So myself, the government, which I stated again, COVID-19 and myself, those are two different things. A person can be careless, coughing around, touching everything, and being close to people and like, please, can you keep your distance from me? So you got to protect yourself, and you protecting yourself, you're also protecting other people. So with that COVID, is that how can these people actually put that into practice? And I do pray that they do. So the economy don't go back down with the lockdown. Lockdown means economy down. Lockdown open, that means economy runs, the cash flow runs, just like a bloodstream from the heart. And it just runs within the people, and people can get from the heart, the littlest they can get to the highest they can get. But getting nothing is the worst of all, is the thing, worst of all. So I was happy about that as well. But from here, we hope it does develop to, that's a positive. Looking at the negative, people saying, oh, yeah, I didn't say that. Or what about Mwananchi and that person? Okay, I hear that, but you can't, what about you? You've been given a website. From now, I couldn't work for the last couple of days because by 7, I had to be at home. But now, tunaweza fanya kazi mpaka saa ngapi? Saa 4. Saa kesho mi nitaanza kusukuma saa hii, ende tuchukue hizi maboga na hizi manyanya. Kesho nitakam home na nini? Na 500 at least. At least.
Okay.
Someone has a hope
All
and
right.
can breathe today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Randall. Sage, or Angela, or ever you want to come back? I don't know. Who is ready to talk?
Me, I'm just gonna sort of reiterate more on what Randall said. I mean, it's all easier said than done. That lockdown has been relaxed, and then we hope that people are gonna hope is a great thing. That people are gonna practice the social distancing and washing their hands and all that stuff. But believe it or not, ordinary mwananchi, we see it even in the United Kingdom. People cannot even keep to that the simplest rule of just keeping social distancing. Look at the way the pubs are open, and the government policy is people need to still social distance regardless. We've had the vaccination drive, which has actually done very well, and hence the reason why the government has relaxed the lockdown in the country. And people just can't deal with the idea of social distance. It's not a human thing. We're not used to distancing ourselves from another human being. I was shocked. We've got a fanfare going on around my area here, and believe it or not, when I was taking my kids, I had masks and all that, and I was expecting the place to be so strict. And I got there, and no one was wearing any masks. The sanitizer was actually not even there. Like the bottle was there, but everything was empty. I mean, so that can tell you something is not right somewhere. So and that is in the UK. So where I believe the vast majority of people actually know what to do and probably should try their best to do. And you replicate that into a country like Kenya, where the illiteracy level is still higher compared to here. I mean, people are not going to practice social distancing. You can only social distance if it's possible. Look at the concentration of like, for example, streets in Nairobi. People are actually rubbing shoulder to shoulder. I mean, there's no way people can actually just social distance like that. I mean, you can only do it if you can. Another thing is the vast majority of people are still getting asked to work from home if you can. Right. The vast majority of the population in Kenya cannot actually work from home because it's just not practical. They have to go out there every single day and physically do the job, and that's how they earn their money. And because of that, the chances of them getting COVID-19 is very high, and that is reflected back in the West with the low income earners who have to fit that were hit high with COVID because they had to go out there and physically work. And we know that because the government has told us that the vast majority, for instance, for example, in the United States, in New York, the vast majority of people that actually got hit by COVID was is as sad as it might be to say, or the minorities, if you know what I mean, the African Americans and the Hispanics, and that is because the level of education, they're not that very, educated, and so they're not in the high income earning jobs where, sitting in their office somewhere in the desk and doing desk job where you can actually do it at home. They're actually the laborers that go out there every single day and clean the streets and, and what have you, if you know what I mean. So if you put it plainly that in Kenya, the elections are coming. And what the Kenyans need to do is actually look up who they think the leader is, and they should choose their votes. They should choose their leader wisely when they go to the polls. I kind of find it hard to buy into that because, for one, I voted in Kenya once, but that was almost 20 years ago, and I only voted because I got like I said, my mom was a chief campaigner for one of the MPs, and so she had the money, and the money trickled down to me, so I got the money, and that's how I voted. It's not the right thing to do because I should vote with the policy that somebody's coming up with, but not because I've been paid. But like I said, I was young, naive, and just silly. I did not know better. I mean, now I'm more educated, and I cannot be bought by my vote, and I know the way the voting system works, especially now that I live in the West. So there is that lack of knowledge that needs to be pushed out there to the ordinary mwananchi, that you don't need to be told who to vote for by somebody somewhere, or somebody coming to your local area and buying your vote by giving you that 2 kilo of sugar and 5 kg of unga, which is what happens. We know that that's the thing that happens. People need to be educated that you need to vote on the policies that somebody is bringing. Don't look at the face. Don't look at who is who. Don't look at Raila, Ruto, Uhuru. But we need to look at the policies that they're passing. If the agenda is in your favor and it's going to do you good more than harm, then you vote for the party. If I can give a similar, a perfect example, in the UK, I can't remember what year the election was, but when David Cameron won, but they had to share the power with the Lib Dem.
Coalition.
The Liberal Democrats got a lot of votes, and that's purely because they were supporting the tuition fee, if you can remember, for the university. So they were going to scrap that, and that really elevated them higher, and they got the vast majority of the votes. And so when they came to the coalition, so the Conservative had to get rid of some of their policies to accommodate for the Liberals, and the Liberals obviously had to get rid of some of their policies to accommodate for what the David Cameron's the Conservative policies were. And in that, they had to keep some that they thought was strong, their strong policy or agendas that actually pushed them to get the majority of the votes. And one of the agenda that they could not just get rid of was the university tuition fee. So that's an example that I wanted to bring across, that we should be voting for agendas and not the people. And in Kenya, what's happening in Kenya at the moment is yes,
sorry.
yes.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. Just that I'm not really really connected with Kenya so much, but what you just said about the coalition which happened between Cameron and the party that the Liberals.
Yeah.
Is that similarly the same thing that's BBI? Is that what they're dealing with? Is that Ruto and Uhuru thing? Or what does that mean actually? Because I don't get it in the Kenyan terms what BBI. Building bridges, I understand.
So BBI is it's
is that constitutional law, or is it something that's been brought up by individuals?
No, they're trying to change the constitution because what we have currently is not working for the country, purely because the politics in Africa for the most part, and the West is totally different. I mean, we know the West, we are fighting racism, and in Africa we are fighting tribalism, and like you said, we can't get rid of racism, and so it's very hard to get rid of tribalism. So what is happening in Kenya is everybody in the country is not feeling that they're represented in the government. So what the initial idea of BBI was to bring to come up with something for every tribe in Kenya. Yes.
But do you think your statement is correct that they're
Well,
trying to change the constitution because the constitution is not working, or they're changing the constitution because they're trying to mutilate our constitution? Which is a correct statement?
Now, my belief is initially the whole idea why they came up with BBI was to try and get every mwananchi in Kenya to feel that they're part of the government and they're represented. But obviously, as the time went by, that changed because now the BBI, not everybody was involved. You remember the Ruto was kicked out of it. Now it was about Raila and Uhuru, and that is where it became again now not, the whole purpose of BBI just completely went out the window. And so what we have currently in the government in Kenya, the constitution currently is not working for people, and hence the reason why they came up with BBI for every mwananchi and every tribe to feel that they are represented in the government. But at the moment, not everybody is agreeing to it because the group that was actually dealing with BBI, they actually, obviously, like you say, the VP, the deputy president, was actually kicked out of the BBI thingy, and he was not a part of it. So Uhuru and Raila, if I'm not wrong, were the pretty much people, the two leaders that were leading with this, and so everybody had a bit of a hazy fit, if I must say,
But
to do with
Evo,
it.
but Evo, I have a problem when we believe what we've been told, because correct me if I'm wrong, if the 2010 constitution has fully been implemented and now we are looking at what we've not been able to implement and we change that, then I would understand, because the issues that they're trying to tell us we're addressing through the BBI has already been addressed by Kriegler report, which is gaining dust somewhere in parliament. It was the Ndongo land report deals with land dispute in Kenya. We have so many reports that have addressed the issues the BBI is addressing. But if you look, they're trying to change the constitution for only the gain of, because even if we put 5 tribes at the top, what about the rest 42? Does it really solve our problem? No, it doesn't. What we need is the issue that Raila has been fighting the government for many years, that if we vote Raila tomorrow, Raila becomes the president, because that's our problem. Our problem is that our voting system is rigged. If we fix that issue, we would not fight after 5 years. That's my belief, but I don't know what anybody else think. Ashley, do you want to come in?
How do Anansi, how do we fix that problem though?
Hello. Yeah. I just wanted to ask another question. If anyone can fit this in.
Rando, could you?
Thank you.
Rando, could you wait? We hear from Ashley and then we take your question, please. Thank you.
It was to do with the BBI, which you was talking about, and with Evo, which I asked him. As I hear that what you're saying, and Nancy, I hear what you're saying. But as you, Nancy, because you're in Britain, you got 2 laws. You got the parliamentary law, and you also got something called a maritime law. Now you can't. There's certain laws you can change. Even in America, there's certain laws that can change, and certain laws that can't change, like the old laws. So Kenya has to have a law which is old, that cannot be changed, which is here we have the maritime laws. These are in 18th century's laws that are basically British laws. They're British way before I can be British anyway. But I know that's first. Then you have the law that the constitutions that has brought every time we have a new parliament. They always come up with these new, referendums and ideologies. What can benefit the country and what can bring the country forward? As you said even before, it's about the person and what the ideology is to bring the country forward. And as well, you look back. You got to look back as well. How far have we come? Okay, for Kenya, you got flyovers, well done. Fantastic hospitals, well done. Schooling went very well for the last 4 years. I think that looked very well. A lot of roads are tarmacked, a lot of electricity. And another thing which I noticed, I felt that Clifton said, I think it was yesterday when I was watching the show, I wasn't on it, but Clifton said that he's standing up. But he said something about doing boreholes. And I was in Kenya, I noticed boreholes and water is very essential. Water, maji ni moyo. Water is
So,
life.
Randa, what was your question so we can listen to Ashley?
So I'm asking, does Kenya have that form of maritime, any law, if not Evo, anybody, does Kenya have a maritime law as British has?
Ashley, do you want to come in and answer his question, please?
Yes, thank you for inviting me. Randall, the Kenyan scene unfortunately has what we call cartels, and their laws are usually not for people, they are for them, to the laws that they put in place are laws for them to survive, for their survival. Like this BBI, they are saying that the BBI is people driven, but the BBI is not people driven. It is driven by Uhuru, and then he has gone and bribed and paid Raila to support him. And if you think about Raila's history, the people who mistreated him, the people who put him in prison for a long time was the late President Moi, and the president before him, who is Kenyatta, Jomo Kenyatta, also mistreated his dad. So if you look at someone like Raila, he's in a very, what would call vulnerable position because he's dealing with his abusers. So if you've been in a domestic violence relationship, every time you deal with your abuser, you're usually in a submissive position. And I feel those people following Raila should be protecting him from his abusers, because he might seem to be on the same level with Uhuru, but Uhuru is using him. And I don't know whether Raila has ever gone for counseling for all the abuse that he faced from Moi and even Uhuru. For him to even sit at the table with them, he will always feel inferior. And he's behaving like the way a man takes a woman and misuses her for sexual purposes. Because every time there are people going to his home, Kikuyu is going to his home, he's taking the Uhuru to his supporters, but Uhuru has not taken him since they had the handshake to Central. They haven't taken him to Central. So this relationship is one-sided. Yet he's coming with all his followers to Uhuru. And there are sensible people in this channel that are intelligent. And you're not intelligent enough to see that your Raila is being used like a football. And you're following him. And then you're talking about they are doing this because the constitution had a problem. Who is Uhuru to even suggest any constitution? He is not worthy. He himself breaks the constitution. If you followed the whatever was going on in parliament, you would know even the new constitution they are suggesting has been found to be unconstitutional. What do you expect from Uhuru, really? What do you expect? The new constitution that the BBI is unconstitutional. They say that. Even the committee that finalized it agreed they are part of it that is unconstitutional, but they are arguing that even though it is unconstitutional, because it is people driven, if the people demand to have an unconstitutional referendum, it has to be taken to the ballot. But you know what they know? They've captured that even though we vote, it will go their way. So these oligarchs have found a loophole called the people. There is no the people. Uhuru is the people. And Raila is just a spare wheel to be used. He's being used. He can be put as president as a robot with all his people following him, intelligent people following him. And that is a shame when you cannot use your intelligence to see through Uhuru. This is all about Uhuru. BBI is Uhuru. That's why he's opening the country and putting people's lives at risk. Just a week before they had the lockdown, I lost someone very dear to my heart. In 2 weeks, he was gone. Do you know how many more people are going to die because of this irresponsible act? Is this the same? These people who keep saying Ruto is a thief. If you really believe that Ruto is a thief, why do you believe anything coming out from Uhuru? If he can present a deputy who is a thief 3 times, why would you listen to him? Why would you listen to someone who is putting our country at risk by opening up the country in full knowledge of in the next 2 weeks, the numbers are going to go up? Why would you put faith in a person who is letting planes still come from India? Actually, I found when UK closed the border, I found that to be a blessing in disguise. Because we are not vaccinating our people. We are not giving them medicine, yet we are allowing these planes to come in. And at that time, UK has another strain that kills people very quickly. And that is why in the later part of the year, there were so many deaths, because I suspect that virus was a new virus that's from South Africa and UK. So people were like, oh, our borders are closed. But it was a blessing in disguise. I wish India would also close their borders and protect us, since our selfish leaders cannot protect us. So I hope that we open our eyes. Let's not be so tribal that we cannot see. And then if your tribal leader is captured, then you're all going down with him, because you refuse to use your intelligence to think, to help that leader. Or to become like Orengo and say, hell no, I love him, I want him to be the president, but he is being lied to. I am not going to go to the ditch with him, and I'm intelligent enough to see it. And when your people go and behave like subhuman, you should call them out yourself. And you should not be mad when someone calls them out and starts saying people are resorting to being tribal. When people behave like some human, they should be called as such. You see, people in the US have said about this racial problem. They've said until the white people speak out, it will not change. It is the Luos who needs to be so disgusted with what happened to Orengo. It is them, because it is their people who are behaving badly. It is their people who are giving them a bad name. It is their people who are making them look barbaric. You shouldn't be annoyed at other tribes. You should be annoyed at your people. Your people, teach them to behave, domesticate them, because they are behaving worse than dogs that live in people's houses. Calling a dog, those people dogs, is abusing a dog. That is a problem. And you can say I'm being tribal, I'm not. These people are spoiling your name, because when we see them, we see you. So it is you that live with them. It is you who are your brothers. It is you who is their father. It is you who is your sister. It is you that need to talk to them.
Ashley.
Let me finish. No, let me finish, please. Before I forget.
Ashley, wait a minute. We also have to be very careful not to use
No. I'm saying what I saw. Those people were behaving like subhuman. Go and watch that thing where they're throwing chairs at the plane. These are facts. What I am saying, they did wrong, and there's not being careful. They were not careful in their manners, and we should not be careful in calling them out. And I'm not abusing anybody. If there were Kikuyus, I would also be calling them out. And we should, even it doesn't matter whatever tribe you are, you should say this is not acceptable. This is not who we are. It is like the Muslims. And Nancy, when they come and bomb, they give all the Muslims a bad name. So it is the Muslims who are good, who needs to stand and say, this is not who we are. And talk to your people, educate them. Because they are not educated. If they were, they would not be throwing chairs. Actually, Orengo is looking out for them, but they don't understand that. That's why I said educate them. Someone else has given them a wrong.
But Ashley, don't you think that the people in Nyanza, they had put so much hope in Orengo and people like Otiende Amolo But when they've started debating this document and what is happening now in the country, people are actually upset because they had put so much trust in them.
Okay, it is not those people that were throwing chairs. Believe you me, they did not listen to the debate. Because had they listened to the debate, they would have heard what they were saying. They would have heard the points they were saying, and they would have agreed with them. What these people who are got, because it's not the whole community, those are vulnerable, illiterate, mostly, because those must be illiterate people. It is the politicians or somebody taking advantage of them, and they are being used. And that's why I'm saying, go and educate those people. Tell them not to act like that. Not tell them not to portray their community like that. Somebody is talking to them and telling them the wrong thing.
Actually, I just want to point out that you're saying it's right what you said about teaching. I mean, but you got to be an example.
Yeah.
You have to lead by example. So you say you teach somebody, but at the same time, when you got an example, when you call these people they're animals, they're illiterate.
No, I say
work, no. Sorry. So let me finish. Let me finish, and I'll leave you. I was just gonna say I work for charity, and I worked for charity for so many charities, from people homeless, abused, people being raped, and I've worked in charities, and I do not call them you're nothing but a prostitute, you're nothing but a druggie, you're nothing but. I always give them hope. At the same time, I always teach them. So I gotta be the first example to show them I do not look down at you. I actually higher. I hold you highly. So even if these people act in a manner as way, you gotta humble yourself before. Even when you're talking, as right now you're talking, to be honest, it's a bit harsh for you to say that. You say, okay, these people are not learned, but they need to be taught. But then after that, like giving them curses and saying certain words that kind of like really downbringing.
I say
point, but I agree with you with teaching.
No, I say something.
Right.
Let me rectify something. I say behaving in subhuman way, which is the truth. They behave in a subhuman way, and I don't think anybody watching this can do that. That's the thing. So whoever I'm addressing can do that.
What's our human? I mean, someone being mentally ill. I mean, mentally ill. They're hearing TVs.
But you can behave. I'm not saying they're subhuman.
But you give them medicine. But some people look at them as weirdos. But you helping them to become human as much as possible as you can.
No. I'm not saying they are not human. I say they are human.
You just said they're subhuman. So
no.
I say behaving.
I say this. Let me, if you do not get me, or maybe if I misspoke, I say they are behaving in subhuman ways. Of course, we are all humans.
Exactly, but there's no such thing as subhuman.
I know what I'm saying. You can behave in a way that is not human. A person who goes out and kills a person is not behaving in a human way. So when you say someone is behaving in subhuman way, it doesn't mean that you're calling them subhuman. You're saying they are behaving in subhuman ways and they need to stop because they are human beings.
I understand that, but then these are called clients for a person like you who's a teacher. These are my customers. No, I'm just saying. No, I'm saying that as you talking the way you're saying these people are learned, they need to be taught, understandable. But then giving them a description is not really good because that description doesn't look good. They're still human. It's just that they lack a certain, personality.
Their actions are not human too. What they did was ugly. What they did was ugly.
Actually finish your trail of thought and then we see if we can get Sage Ila in. Thank you.
So I will stand by this. What they did was subhuman. I'm not calling them subhuman. I'm just saying they behaved in a very barbaric way. And someone needs to go and teach them not to do that, because when they do that, they spoil the name of their community. Just as Muslims keep bombing, not Muslims, the radicals keep when they do these terroristic attacks, it spoils the image of Muslims. So it is the responsibility of the other Muslims, which is 98%, to talk to their brothers and sisters so that they can come to an understanding, so that they can learn to live with people. It is the same thing even with the Kikuyus. People say they keep wanting to be selfish and being in power. It is up to the Kikuyu people to talk to their brothers and sisters to stop being selfish so that they can come to that. So when I say someone is behaving in a barbaric way or in a subhuman way, I am not calling them subhuman, but what they did was subhuman. You don't, a person of a sane mind does not go and start throwing chairs at a aeroplane because someone went and stood up when they were at work and did their work. That is subhuman, and they need to style up, period. And I stand by that.
Thank you, Ashley. Sage, are you in to weigh in or you're not available? Sage? Angel, are you around? Okay, anybody else who want to say something? Evo.
Yeah, I don't know where to start, but I think the way Ashley comes across as in the way the people at who are at Orango's place or whatever. I never saw the clip anyway. Were actually the way they acted was subhuman by throwing chairs at the aeroplane. I mean, I don't think that's subhuman. I mean, you know, if you're pissed off, you're bound to react to something. You know what I mean? So just because they reacted that way does not make them subhuman. I mean, they're just showing their reaction to something that they're not happy with. You know, they could have done something different, but that's just my take anyway. And then to say that, obviously, she mentioned that it paints a bad picture at the laws, and so the laws should be angry and should be, you know, stand up and speak up for them and stuff like that. To me, that sounds like she's painting the entire a section of a tribe with the same sort of same brush, if you know what I mean. So, and maybe personally, I don't think that's correct. You know, I'm not saying that what happened was right. It wasn't, but you know, it's just the way you sort of go about saying it. That's, you know, that's, to me personally, I think it's wrong. So, yeah. And
Did
obviously,
you
just to
wanna? Yes.
say again.
Go on, Evo.
And they have even removed my mic.
And another thing was that obviously I think it's an answer to what Randall wanted to find out about if Kenya has laws that can actually be changed.
When I press on the thing, it doesn't work. Oh, my phone is frozen. Is it frozen?
Randall,
I've been frozen.
Kenya.
Ashley, we can hear you.
I think it was.
You wanna mute, Ashley? Okay, go on, Evo. Sorry.
The question that Randall asked earlier, if Kenya has
I've been waiting for that. Well, thanks.
Yes, I know. Yeah. If Kenya has a law that cannot be changed, similar to the UK and stuff like that, my answer to that is a no, because remember, Randall, Kenya has only existed, or Kenya has only existed for not quite a long. I mean, is it 50 years or something?
No, 70 years.
Is it 70 already? 63, something like that.
Yeah, 2000. Then we got an extra 20. So you're looking at 40, 50, 60. Yeah.
Yeah, and so for those few years that it's actually existed for, we've only had 3 families around the country since independence. You know what I mean? And so it's not quite a lot, and so they've been able, the law that is on the constitution, they've been able to sort of somehow circumnavigate it or change it in one way or another. I mean, we've only just had a new constitution not long ago. I mean, like I always say, the constitution that we currently have is still a virgin. It's not been explored fully, and we're already having BBI to, you know what I mean? So every single time. Yes.
Yeah, Ivo, sorry to say that, but I think I know where you're coming from. So we're looking from the laws for management. We're looking at, Kenya is still under the sovereignty of the British, right?
Yes.
Right. So the laws still comes under Queen Elizabeth, right?
To an extent.
No,
yes.
To an extent, but we are an independent state.
Yes,
we're a sovereign power.
Yeah, that's why I use the word to an extent.
Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I hear where you're coming from now.
Now,
Yeah.
let's say like Ghana is starting to kind of bring a different type of law into their constitution, such as the importing and exporting and their so-called commerce when it comes to international, which is disturbing because of a lot of European countries, because that's where they benefit from. That meaning Ghana is trying to get their own laws that they will make that will benefit only the people of Ghana. So if Kenya can do that, then Kenya can actually make a law that is no longer under like, oh, we still have to think about the colonial laws, but also our laws. Kenyan laws have to be Kenyan laws, wananchi,
But
regardless what the British think.
Randall, the difference between UK, the one of the major differences is about the written and not written constitution. We have a written constitution. The UK doesn't have a written constitution. The UK law is developed by caseload, different things that happens in their court, and then they adopt them as they go along. In Kenya, we have a written constitution that although we are in fact, our constitution is only 10 years old. But what you're saying, what Ghana is trying to do, I agree, but also it depends who is in power. Because if you look at what Tanzania was doing, Tanzania had actually, under Magufuli, mutilated their own. Yeah, it's an example where they were going down the route of saying, this is how I'm going to govern, and these are the law as a president I'm going to believe. So if we can go down that route, but we need somebody who has the willpower to do it, because it's all about leadership rather than.
Well, Nancy, the willpower comes from the people. As I said, the people is the government. So you see that vision, I see that vision. Okay, Evo sees that vision. So the constitution of the law is still under that sub kind of pre-colonial until we get our own. Then we will benefit from our. We will make a law that benefits us as Kenyans. No longer like, oh, we still got to pay taxes. We'll pay that taxes, but at the end of the day, our people come first.
I totally agree with you, but I don't think Kenya is at that place at the moment because of the way the government does not give the common man the voice. Because even when you look at what they're trying to do now, they're trying to change the constitution, and instead of letting the common man, because remember the constitution of Kenya says anyone who is a citizen of Kenya can bring a constitutional change. But now we have the executive trying to change our constitution, which to me is immoral.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's about the leaders that we have at the moment. Unless something really changes for citizens to start thinking, actually, this power belongs to us, we are very far away from where we want to be, I think.
Well, looking at the BBI, it takes that the BBI, if it's to come into effect, it will not take the politician to come to say to Kenyans, this is the BBI, this is how it's going to go, this is what's going to happen. The BBI cannot come to people's face and tell them this is what it is. It's like, where did you bring that from? So people have to look into the BBI. Then people have to vote for the BBI. Then that BBI is going to be taken into effect when the law actually presents it, saying it's the government. And the government is who? The people's vote.
No, but Randall, you're forgetting that the vote in Kenya does not count because they rig. Because I'm telling you, if you do a proper poll now, the one was done by Ipsos Mori the other day, it showed the BBI would not pass. I think it's 2 in every 10 people don't support BBI, so it should really fail. But believe you me, BBI will go through because we do not have a transparent voting system. And unless that is in place, you as a person, and me as a voter, and you as a person who owns this law, it will never come to fruition. And that's my problem with the whole system. It's a rigged system.
Okay. We agree with that. So why is everybody getting stressed about it? And that's all I'm trying, like, that's just troubling me. I'm like, okay, BBI, this, that happened. And I'm like, is this good or bad? That's what I was asking before about the law and the maritime law that you have here. Then you have the parliamentary law, that constitutions that comes with effect of what they look to do for the future, like bring up the the unemployment law to get more people employed.
let's say then you choose for the Labour Party, Conservative come forward and they give their own point of view. So this BBI is from the government, but it's not from a party. But different parties have their own, you know, what they're going to offer to the people. I say the government, which is the people, which is you. You are the government. So the government can, this is what we're going to give you. This is what we're going to do for you for the next time. When you vote for us, when you get into power, this is what we're going to offer you. So that's why people vote for these parties and that have that democracy. So when a maritime law comes, even if they come with their own changing of laws, like, you know, crime, we're going to be more zero tolerance on crime. We're going to be more zero tolerance on corruption. So this new law is like, this is what we need, and this person to do it. And when that person comes, he actually does it, and it makes a difference, just like Makufuli was saying in Tanzania was doing. We don't need no money
That's
from
an
outside.
ideal. That's
We're
an
going to come from
ideal
up.
that we pray for, but I don't think Kenya is there because at the moment our politicians have captured the judiciary, they've captured the legislature, they've captured everything. So all we can do is keep advocating for the kind of laws that we want to see and hope that one day we will get a government that will really respect the rule of law, because the current government does not even respect the rule of law. So yeah. Ismail, do you want to come in?
The current government is you.
No, it's not. I'm sorry. I disagree with that point.
Randall,
Yes. I'm going to mute for a second
you
while I
know,
listen to you. Okay.
yeah, you know, it seems that as much you are like comparing Kenya and the UK, you know, those are two different things totally. The BBI was started as far as Ivo had already stated. It was BBI main agenda was inclusivity, so that it bring all tribes to on the board. But as we were busy being told by the people, the perpetrators of the BBI, that it was initiated mainly for inclusivity of all tribes. But it went like that. Now everybody making noise about it. Now then it turned into, it is no longer again inclusivity. It was just how to make other people more, how to make other people stay mostly more time in power, and to how, because you know they usually say the forest is the same forest, only the monkey are same but different forest. So if you tell me His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta and our Right Honorable Raila Odinga came up without consulting the people who they are claiming that they are voters, what they should be doing. So they just came up, two of them, whether Ruto was consulted or no, that is the question of another day. So they just came, two of them, then they sit down, then they say that if we need all people to come together on the board, we must bring something called BBI. Bring in, I don't know what initiative of this BBI. So they bring, their narrative was to bring people, all people together on the board. But in real sense, that is not the case. The case is not to bring all people on all the tribe on the board. Second thing I heard Ashley saying about Raila, Uhuru. If really what Ashley was saying, what Ashley was trying to say is real, now we will have the same problem in Kenya even after 2022, 2027 we will have the same problem. Why? Because if the system of election in Kenya is not genuine and it is not open, after 2027 we'll change the constitution so that other tribe will feel that we are in a government. Because now it was that for other tribe to feel that they're in a government, whether Uhuru is competing with Right Honorable Raila Odinga. So if Raila wins, they need to be openness that Raila wins. If Raila fail, they need to be telling people that Raila failed based on ABCD. But now they are all together in the government. So let us remove the issue of BBI, whether BBI will pass or not. But at the end of the day, we not started the BBI. We just came in. We were introduced to BBI by them. So you cannot tell me that somebody brings something, then you will be dictating to the person what to do for that thing. The way you bring it, you will make sure it will initiate the process up to end. So the BBI will pass, whether we oppose it or oppose the agenda of the BBI, it will pass. Because we not bring the BBI, they bring two of them without consulting Kenya. We were just told now that this is the course, we should be following this path. because now that these two guys sit together, now Kenya is at a peace. Now we should be at a position of implementing BBI. And the curricular report is bringing all about, if we can be able to implement curricular report and Dungu report, all of those two reports are concerned. There's no need of BBI because that report is talking about on how to bring Kenya, on how Kenya will be living in one harmony, and how people should be living knowing that this is my brother, this is my sister, this is my mom, and we are all same. But that one in Kenya, arena of politics is concerned, it is very far from the truth to happen now or tomorrow. Even if BBI pass tomorrow, the problem, the problem will be the same because the people initiating the BBI, the people with the agenda of BBI are the same. Who is different from these guys? The Uhuru court came up with the Punguza Mzigo initiative, but they just rubbish that one away. They didn't listen. Akura Court actually was coming with the agenda of reducing the number of MPs, reducing so many things to this burden going to Mwananchi. But what did they do? They rubbish him away. Up to now, nobody. They only borrow his idea, put in BBI. Then the Punguza Mzigo was swallowed by BBI because Ikuro Court was not that so much popular. And Kenya, that in Kenya, if somebody who is not popular come up with the agenda, nobody will listen. People only listen to people who are there, whom they know. Even if they are lying to them, all Kenya will say it is okay. Uhuru is the president. Raila is between opposition and in the government. So whatever they're trying, they will do. Whether one of them is trying to figure out on how you'll be stay on the power or how you'll be coming back on the power, but they should be at a position of implementing whatever they promise Kenya. We are after development infrastructure to be built. We are not after who will come because we can be ticketing for 2027 and we are not sure of the way Corona is taking people. We are not sure of whether we'll reach there. So before we reach where we are targeted, before we reach to our goals, let's proceed first of all, check the process. Is it genuine? That's why I said Kenyan problem is not about BBI. Kenyan problem is the bodies, IBC, DCI, EACC. Because the reason why I say so, because if somebody is going to buy in a certain place, in a certain given place of a constitution, he must be cleared by DPP, he must be cleared by DCI. So if DCI not clear this guy, cannot be able to be cleared by IBC. This guy, whether it's corrupt or not, he'll be cleared by all of these bodies, whether he kills somebody or not, whether he's wrong or they're always right, they will clear him, he will come by. And in Kenya, I've been into most interior parts of Kenya, if you go there telling people the truth, they will never listen to you. And this is what happened to the likes of Miguna Miguna. Miguna Miguna, smart people don't dislike him, but he talked the truth. So telling me, he told them, give me Nairobi governor, they refused to give him he ran for gubernatorial Nairobi, they didn't give him vote. What did they do? They bash him. Now what is happening? So the people, the likes of Miguna Miguna, we cannot get the likes of Miguna Miguna in Kenya because if you speak the truth in Kenya, nobody listens. But if you lie, people will listen to you. You get the point? So that's the main problem of Kenya. It is not about, even if we change the BBI constitution now, we'll have to change it 2027. If Baba, may God give him long life, if he live up to that time, he will change constitution. Because when he will realize that Uhuru is using him, things will be not the same as you think. People will be back on the street. People will be back on another thing. Now it's BBI, they will return, they will change the name of BBI to something else. Now everybody will be singing that song, apart from people who oppose it. If now Raila decide to join Ruto, I tell you, political arena of Kenya will change. The song will be different. Whether it's a Ruto is a thief for, as some people are saying, claiming, things will change. Whether Baba is wrong, things will change. Now, if just Raila said that tomorrow I'm supporting DP, the William Ruto, things will change. So these are just same people telling us same thing. If things don't fit to them, they will change constitution. If tomorrow, for example, now Kenya do go to election and then Baba win, no, there will be no BBI, there will be nothing. So the issue is we want to be at a place in Kenya whereby if winner, we need to know who will win the election. IBC should be not compromised by anybody, should not get orders from anybody, whether judiciary, IBC, all these bodies which have been put together by Mwananchi. They should be at a position of saying the truth. So when problem becomes when the body which has been set there to be declaring the winner or to be telling the Kenyan the truth, it has been compromised by that. You will hear people saying that I got a phone call order from above. Above from who? Who is giving those orders? Because Wananchi are voting. If Wananchi vote, they need to see development within along whether you voted the president or not. We need to see development. But when it comes to the issue that if I am not satisfied, we will come sit down. It is if you win, there's no need that me and you sitting down. I'll leave for you to handle the government, run the whole business, government business. But if maybe I feel that you didn't want this election, so I have to come down. You see, those are things which are bringing us behind. Last we had 2010 constitution. It is not from that constitution that they are thinking that that constitution is not accommodating all people. So what do? BBI. BBI will pass if 2027 come in, the things are not good. Again, we'll change. So Kenya is like that. You cannot compare Kenya and the UK. Although your point of view is okay, but that will not happen in Africa, whether it is Tanzania, Uganda, wherever. Uganda, Museveni was extended the period to stay. You see what happened to Chad. You see what happened to Rwanda. Only some small military and you see what is inspiring in Somali. These guys try to say that they must extend the parliamentary. They must extend the parliament. After even they are thinking that if the government come to an end, they should extend. So it is like a kind of it is a kind of a disease in all African countries. Tell me which African country whereby election is being peaceful, handed over, then they declare the winner. You see what happened in Gambia? So that's my view.
Ashley? Okay, thank you so much. I want to correct something, Evo. I am not tribalistic. I love the Luo people. Last 2017, I was in Baba's camp, and I have receipts. I'm not going to name names, but I was actively involved. Where we departed with him is when he put the handshake, because I put so much time and I felt betrayed personally. And when I talk about what the Luos, I really felt bad watching that video. But it doesn't mean that I think of the whole community like that, because I know they are not. I have neighbors who are good friends and they are Luos, and they don't do that. So if I used harsh language, it's because sometimes when you dress things up, people don't understand. But when you put it in that role,
Ashley.
Let me finish, please. Sometimes when you put things in a raw way, it carries the weight of that video. But I don't mean to demean anybody. My interests would be a united Kenya regardless of tribe. If it was a Kikuyu, which I am, I would hope that I would use the same language on people behaving like that. We should not accept that behavior from anybody. We should teach our people, Kenyans, let me call us Kenyans, we should teach our people how to disagree in a civil manner, because we are civil. And that's why we're saying, teaching our people how to disagree. And if they don't agree with Orengo, it's okay. There are other people who are on the other side. Let them stay on that side, but not result into violence. Because Orengo really was protecting that where he was, because they are a large community, and yet they did not get a county. But if these people had understood that, they would have been hugging him. But even though they disagreed with him, resulting in violence is not the answer. There are other civil ways to disagree. So that was my point. If I was interpreted wrong, please do not. I am not a tribalist at heart. Not only am I not a tribalist, I like to look at every human being and judge them with a plain slate. So that is me. And I hope that I portray that when I speak. And that's the only reason I'm on this channel. I'm not here to push myself, look for a position. I dream of Kenya being a united country, regardless of tribe, regardless of class, even class, social class status. That is what I dream of. And I hope that in being here, I will have touched somebody, one person to look that way, and that'll help us get to that next level. That is my goal of being here. Now, concerning this BBI, I pray that it will not leave parliament, or if it leaves parliament, it will go and be quashed in the courts of law. Because if it goes to the ballot, Uhuru will do whatever he needs to do, and it will go through, whether people vote for it 98% as a no or not. And that's why they are keeping on saying take it to the ballot, because they are waiting for it right there to capture it. And we pray that doesn't happen. In the Moi time, something stuck in my head. There's one time they bombed in 1997. They bombed some hostel in Nairobi campus of the student leader, and I've never forgotten. And they bombed just one room of a hostel. It blew up and blew a 23-year-old child. And I said, how can an old man not care about a 23-year-old was so young? I was younger, but I was like, wow, how can he bomb? I've never forgotten. And there were so many killings during small time. People would disappear, and people would be found with tongues missing, their breast missing, their penises missing. And I see that coming back. So that spirit that was there then is coming back. We need to start praying. This is a spiritual battle, and we'll win it on our knees.
So actually, you are right. I didn't distribute your thoughts. You are right. What I was trying to say was that you are trying to say that if handshake is genuine, then both sides we should be seeing same effort being pulled from both sides. Whereby you say that when BBI came, Raila took Uhuru to Kisumu, but since BBI, Uhuru has never taken Raila to Central. So that was my point of view, that if BBI is genuine, then these people should be coming together. We should not be having one party trying to use another, so that if the next 1 year come, or 2 years or 5 years, we should be having the same problem. Because if these two parties pull together, it will be better than if from public we are seeing they are pulling together, but behind the scene they are not pulling together. And what will happen in the next 5 years? We will be having the same challenges we are facing now. So I didn't say that you are tribalic. I always listen to your view. You are right. What I was just to insist, trying to contribute about was that you are right. If these people are genuine, they should be pulling in the same direction, rather than one party pulling out of handshake, and from outside it seemed that they are together. That was my point of view.
And you know, when someone like Orengo, who is called a walking constitution, makes a dissenting view, you should listen. Because if he can see that Baba is being lied to and Baba has refused to listen, why should he enable it?
Baba is listening. Baba is listening. It's only taking time. When it takes time, when he come out, things will be different. Trust me. Baba is only listening. The moment he will come out, things will not be same.
Ismail and Ashley, the money is flowing, so Baba will not see the sons for now, my dears.
But you know what, Nancy? I think in the long run, Baba is a patriot at heart. And one day he will wake up. Money is not everything. Not everybody adores money. What he might be worried, you know, Uhuru has been known to revive all cases. If Baba would back off, he can even come and sue him for swearing himself in. You know, and this is a person who has been abused. His family has been abused by Uhuru and Moi. So he's in a very submissive position with them. He's not on the same level. So even when he's going out talking about BBI, he's like a servant to them. And these people can see.
You know, Ashley, the second handshake has made me question a lot of Raila's how he got to this point, even now, to me is very confusing, because Raila's politics have always been a masterstroke. And possibly he had gotten to an age where he sees, I'm 76 years old. I think he wanted to leave a mark, because I don't think he has the strength to be on the ballot 2022, and he wanted to pull a masterstroke for the BBI, which has backfired big time, because Uhuru was not in that handshake genuinely, and for some reason Raila did not see that, and this era might actually undo a lot of things that Raila did. And the fact that people, senior council like Orengo, Okogo Omogeni, and this other guy, Atiende Amolo, are saying to him, look, let's take a step back. Let's look at this thing again. And he's still saying no. To me, his legacy will be tainted. And especially if Baba walks away now and start fighting for the Kenyans who are suffering, he might rebuild what he's already lost. But I think at the moment, he has lost a step somewhere, which is very sad for me to watch, because I think after when he refused to contest for the second general election, Raila should have retired and he should have gone home right and dry, because I think he's done a lot for Kenya. But I don't think this last step has been the right one. So guys, could we do the last, Evo, Ashley, could we do the last and Ismail? I don't know whether Sage is still there. So it seems there's only us online tonight, and yesterday we stayed very late. I wanna log off. So would you do your final thoughts, and then we can call it a night, and then we can do this again tomorrow, if that's okay with you?
It is okay with me. I don't know about Evo.
Ashley and Evo, is that okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm tired. We stayed late last night. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, so could you do your last point, and then Ashley, and then Ismail, then we close, we call it a night.
Okay. I thank everybody that was here on the panel and contributed towards the topic today. It was actually a good topic to talk about. But all in all, great ideas, great thinking, and the only way we can continue with this is everybody having their diverse ideas. Nakuleta agenda. Obviously, there's a few criticism, but it's okay. We should, for you to grow and develop as well. Lazima ukubali criticism, constructive criticism, that is. So I enjoyed everything that everyone said. I came a bit late, so I didn't get what everybody else was saying earlier because I was away, So yeah, I enjoyed it.
Thanks, Evo. Ashley, my darling, do you want to go?
Yes, I want to thank everybody for being here. I hope we are changing our nation, which is our primary goal. To think better, to think as one, because when our house is divided, we cannot prosper. When one area, even when they say that we gained a constitution, so I'm going to support BBI, I like the people who say, even though we gained a constitution, this process was not fair, so I will not support it. Because if they are going to divide and add constitutions, they should do it with a formula that everybody gains. But in this case, this addition of constitutions is in play because BBI will depend very much on representation in the House to choose a prime minister. So it is already deceptive. And anybody supporting deceit is bringing our country backwards. So we should want every region to go ahead so that we can stop hate. Hate comes from, like, people saying, oh, Kikuyus want this. But if we are all on the same playing level, then there will be no hate. So even if your constitution, you're gaining constitutions and other people are not gaining constitution, let us be in solidarity with them and demand that the formula be fair to everyone so we can live in peace and we can represent our country. So like our anthem says, ili Kenya istahili heshima. For us, we have to take our part, the people who have been exposed, to teach, to open up those people who are not exposed. And it is hard, because even in my own family, there are people who I try to bring along, and it is a very hard process. And we might not be able to do it to the older generation, but we can do it to the younger generation. So that is our challenge. And thank you so much. I hope Clinton feels better. I know he has been sick. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Ismail?
My mind is just simple. Thank you for everybody. Today we had a healthy discussion. Let us hope today we'll meet again to discuss 1, 2, 3. Only that.
Thank you, Sage. Are you there?
Bye.
Bye, darling. Good night.
Good. Ni morning now. I'm in Wales. In Wales this morning tayari.
Okay. All right.
Niko Nyali, and you know Nyali is Wales.
Okay. Catch you up another day.
I think what I can say briefly, where we have reached to where is what we need to pick from where we've reached today.
Okay.
Yes, that discussion where we've reached.
Okay. No problem.
It will be nice when we move with it to the next level. Thank you. Good night to all.
Send a message on the WhatsApp if that's okay, and then we can try and make the first 1 hour or 2 hours.
No. I'm someone I'm not on a WhatsApp group.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
okay. I'll WhatsApp Clinton or Mutembe.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay.
All right. Eva, good night. Catch
Night.
you up soon. Night. Bye.
Night.